Tyler Perry's remarks with nuance. And let me tell you what Tyler Perry said, and then I'm going to explain to you why it's controversial and why I saw nuance here that I think needed to be kind of broken down. All right, so here's the deal. Tyler Perry did this interview, and I put it on my Instagram page, Dr. Boyce Finance. Dr. Boyce Finance is my Instagram. And so you can watch it for yourself. And in the interview, he's talking about Black women and their dating choices, which I think is already kind of a peculiar idea, because let's just be clear. Let's keep it 100. Tyler Perry is a guy who thinks it's okay to wear a dress to make movies. I'm not saying that makes him a bad person. I'm just saying you'll never see Madea Boyce. You know, I don't care how many trillions of dollars they offer me. You won't see me doing a Madea thing. Because I have a big issue. I feel very uncomfortable with the idea of being a Black man being forced to put on a dress, because I think we live in a country that loves to see the Black man in a dress. They love to see the Black man as ignorant. They love to see the Black man as a thug. They love to see the Black man as a child. This is systematic. We discuss this regularly when we were reading in the Black Business School the book by Dr. Claude Anderson called Black Labor, White Wealth. He explains how systematically for hundreds of years, one way that they have controlled Black men is by making sure that Black men are as devoid of any form of significant masculinity as they can possibly be. That when you show up as a strong heterosexual male, you're going to be discriminated against. So ladies, men, if your son is a strong heterosexual male, you probably want to make sure 100% sure, 120% sure that he knows how to start his own business, that he's good at that, so that he can create economic opportunities for himself in a world that is not designed to give opportunities to strong heterosexual males. That is something I just believe. I'm sorry if it offends you, but it's 100% true based on my experience and what I've seen. My wife also agrees, because she works at a university that does not have one single African-American male on the entire faculty. They had a Black male and they fired him. They don't have Black men in a lot of these organizations, particularly straight Black men. That's just the reality. Okay. Give me a yes if you understand that. So I have an issue with the dress. I don't really watch Madea movies. I watched a couple. They're not terrible. It's just not my thing. Meet the Browns comes off, unfortunately, a stereotypical buffoonery. No disrespect, Tyler, but I'm sorry, man. I know. See, this is the thing. This is why I don't have any friends, because I have to be honest. And then when I'm honest, it's like I can't be your friend and still tell you what you want to hear. Like, if you want to be honest, I can either be honest, or I can tell you, or I can either be honest, or I can tell you what you want to hear. You got to make a choice, right? And so.
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the tech spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fucking where my mask at. The mash back with the banger and damage shit, and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show. Homie, I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. on me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man, shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live. Got your clap with the big 4-5, you bitch nigga. If you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. All right. That was Brother Eric, man, better known as 16 to Life. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Good dude. Go on over and check his page out. 16 to Life. The YouTube page, man. Page blowing up, man. Blowing up, man. But Eric is a good dude, man. Very talented cat, too. You can go over there and get some funny videos, some music. And, you know, if you got a job for him, put him to work. Put him to work, right? But shout out to Brother Eric for allowing us to use the song in the intro. The song's called Relapse. Any one of us could relapse at any time, right? We out here, we trying to live like a grown-up. We trying to do grown-up stuff, man. We're trying to do grown-up stuff. Holy smokes, man. Holy smokes. I'll get right to you guys. I'm going to finish this, and then I'll get to everything down. But shout out. Somebody just cashed at me, and that person know who they are. Shout out to them, but I'm going to get to them in a minute. All right, so anyway, yeah, you go over there and check out Brother Eric, man. You know, you may appreciate the brother, man. May love the brother, may grow an affection for the brother, or not. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying you better like Brother. Y'all know I don't try to make y'all like anybody. Hell, me, Rico, Patrice, Vaughn, we like all kind of different people. And some people I rock with, some people they don't rock with, some people they rock with, I don't rock with. You know what I mean? But so what? We got different, you know what I'm saying? We got different things that we like to do, right? Rico like to fight, you know. Rico like to fight. That's why he like to beat up on the pound on them passport bros, man. He like to fight. He'll tell you he don't like to fight, but he like to fight. So he like to go there. And I don't like to fight. I really don't, man. I'd rather try to teach the people what's going on, man. You know, Rico will teach sometimes, but he like to fight more. I think. But shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to all of y'all, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. But thank you, Brother Eric. I'm gonna pull Brother Eric down, man. Go check it out. Go check out his YouTube page, man. Shout out to Brother Eric. All right, y'all. Let's check everybody in, man. Let's get right to work, man. We gotta get right to work, man. We got a lot of video to look at, so we gotta get right to work. We gotta break this stuff down, right? Should women settle? Should they settle? We got to check it out. We got to ask the question. We got to say, what's settling? We got to find out. All right. So first of all, I want to check everybody in. First of all, first person on the docket is our resident sniper, Risa Neal. Shout out to Risa Neal in the building. Shout out to Risa Neal in the building, man. And if you're going to have a good page, if you're going to have a good structured show, part of it is having a chat that is where people can feel comfortable coming in and saying things and contributing to the show. And you got to have an enforcer. You know, unfortunately, in the world we live in, man, you can't just go by on the honor system, man. You got to have some enforcers that's going to come in and enforce the situation, right? so shout out to one of our enforcers who is in the building right now. Well, all of our people are enforcers, but you gotta have that person that's, man, that ask no questions, man. It's just go poof, right? so shout out to Risa Neal, man. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Risa says silence is not always a sign of weakness. It is a sign of strong self-control. People should be happy. I have it, right? Shout out to Risa, man. Risa, I'm telling y'all, man, if y'all trolling in here, man, you see Risa Neal up there, man. I think her reputation speaks for itself. When I go look in limbo, when I see all the people that's floating around out there in limbo, right? When one of the mods ejects somebody out or blocks them, they end up in this place like kind of like a limbo, right? Where you have to go in and re-give them the opportunity to be able to come on the show and comment and stuff. Right, so I go in that thing. That box is huge, man. I know I didn't put all them people in there, right? Shout out to Risa. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Who else in the building? My sister Don Frank. Y'all heard that cha-ching, right? That was Don Frank cash apping me. Shout out to this sister, man. Very generous cash app. Thank you, Sister Don Frank. By the way, Don Frank is the one that convinced me to go ahead and put a cash app up here because oh man, another cash app. I'm gonna get to that one in just a minute. But Don Frank is the one that said, Clarence. I was like, well, Don, I don't know. Don was the one that was like, no, Clarence. See, people want to. There may be people you ain't asking, but it may be people would feel it on their heart to just want to contribute to the show, and so don't keep that from them. See, she had to break it down to me like that. Don't keep that from the people, man. We know you ain't out here asking every minute for cash apps, but there's some people that just may feel it in their heart, and because that resonated with me because I see people all the time, right? I see a lot all the time. I see people a lot when I'm out and they're begging for money, and most of the time, the spirit don't hit me to deal with them. But every now and then, I see somebody, and the spirit just touched me. Hey, man, that dude is in a real bad situation. This sister's in a real bad situation. Just go on and just buy him something to eat or something, right? And so that'll happen to me. So I could relate to that. So shout out to Don Frank. By the way, Don Frank is in the building. She's always in the building, man. That's my sister, man. Shout out to Don. Good to have you in the building, sis. Who else is in the building? Von Bryant. Von Bryant's in the building. Said peace, joy, grace, and abundance, man. Now that's how you come in a room. Shout out to Brother Von Bryant. Glad to have you in the building, my brother, as always. As always. Who else is in the building? Sister Annie's in the building. Excuse me. I'm up in here today. All right, we gonna see, man. Sister Annie may be up here. We don't know, man. It's kind of late for the people that live on her side of town. So we might see. We will see. We will see. She may be up here. But shout out to Sister Annie. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Who else in the building? I already said Don Frank. Don is in the building. Shout out to have her. Glad to have her. Who else? Oh, Big Rick Slap. Shout out to Riggs, man. What's up, man? How's it going in the Bay, man? That's my California brother, but he's up in the Bay up there. Shout out to the Bay, man. Riggs is up there, man. You might want to open the sunroof on this one, Riggs. We're ready to get into it, man. We ain't get into it. My brother, shout out to Brother Anderson Greats in the building, man. Shout out to you, man. Glad to see you in the building, brother. He said we back again. Hope everybody's having a great day in the week. Thank you, Brother Anderson. That's also a great way to enter the room. Glad to have you in the building, my brother, as always. let's see, man. What's going on here? Oh no. Y'all keep, man. Thank y'all, man. Thank you all of y'all for donating and y'all generous cash apps, man. Thank you guys for that. You know what I'm saying? And but Vaughn is right. We are going to come to you. We're going to raise some money again this year for something. So we, even though your cash app, I love it, I appreciate it, right? But we still gonna come knocking on your door, right? I just got another generous cash app from my brother E Black. Hey, but E Black, I thought we was at odds with each other, right? I guess publicly that's what we supposed to be, right? I thought we were supposed to be at odds with each other, right? I thought we were supposed to be getting along still, right? But like I said, man, I told y'all before, Chef Shapino and E Black, yeah, we were supposed to be at odds, right? But I could always, even when me and E Black was really at odds, man, I could always go to the back door and say, hey, bro, nah, this is, and give him advice, and he'd give me advice, right? but Chef and E Black are two dudes, man, I could always go to, even if we was warring, I could say, hey, brother, I need your help on this. And all I heard was win and what you need. You know what I'm saying? And I can respect that. Even though we, you know what I'm saying, like E Black was the type of dude, even though we warned, but hey, brother, you submit to me on a human level. Okay, I can put the war to the side for a minute. What you need from me, Clarence? Right? Same thing with Chef. I can put this to the side for a minute. What you need? So I can appreciate that, man. Good brothers, man. Shout out to thank you, brother E Black, for that generous Cash App donation, man. Thank you. Somebody else gave me a Cash App donation. I'm going to see who that was because it flew right past me, man. Because I want to acknowledge everybody. I see this the Don. And Brother Anderson gave a generous Cash App donation. Man, all these hugely generous Cash App donations, man. We appreciate everything over here, y'all. We appreciate everything, man. And believe it, man. We going to put it to use, man. Telling you, man, I know y'all thinking Clarence should have enough money for that Maserati right now, right? Not yet. Not yet, man. But shout out to everybody who generously donated. We appreciate you, all of you guys. Thank you. Who else is in the building, man? Let me get down to business, man. Who else is in the building? Uh-oh. OG Patrice is in the building. Shout out to OG Patrice. You may hear from OG Patrice in a little while. So, keep your hats on. Keep that food you got in the microwave or food on the stove, as we used to say back in the day, man. Wasn't a microwave. You had to warm everything up in the stove, right? Y'all don't remember. Tell them about that, Don. They don't remember that. When you had to have the foil, and you had to wrap everything up in the foil and keep everything kind of separated a little bit. And you just had to warm it up in the oven, right? Now y'all got these microwaves, right? I think microwaves came out. I was like my last year of high school, right? We got a microwave. I was like, what's that thing? Well, I was like, you can warm stuff up in it. You don't have to warm it up in the oven no more. I was like, oh, okay. Shout out to everybody, man. I think that's everybody that I checked in. I think. Oh, no. Pat Taylor's in the building. Shout out to Pat Taylor. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Good to see you. Who else is in the building? Pat says, I'm from Detroit. I'm from the D. Who else is in the building, y'all? Who else is in the building, man? Yeah, Don said, I roll with you, bro. See, yeah, I know that, Don. I know. I'm trying to let everybody else know. I'm knowing already. Who else is in the building? Let's see. Don said, excuse me. Yeah, that's Sister Annie. That's our administrator. Excuse me, Don. You told Clarence to get that cash out. Well, thank you. Who else is in the building? Who else is in the building? Our brother Von Eric, man. Shout out to Von Eric, man. He said, blessings and assalamu alaikum. Oh, alaikum salam, sir. Good to see you, brother Von Eric. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Who else is in the building? I think y'all, that's everybody. It's just any say we know you have a special order Maserati. Yeah, I got a special order. What do they call that? Super Prime Green. It's in the works. It's on this way. They may be delivering it down here in the hood. All right, y'all. Thank you everybody for checking in, man. We appreciate all of y'all for and of course everybody who generously donated Cash App. We appreciate everything, man. Thank you guys so much. And see, I understand that, man. Everybody don't agree with me. Everybody, me and he black man, we don't we done had all kind of issues. But one thing is, if you can go to someone and say, hey, brother, I need your help on this situation, even though we supposed to be warned, you know you're dealing with a real person, man. You're dealing with a good person, man, because they could put the war down for a minute and say, okay, you know, we rock it. We still rocking. I'm mad at you right now, Clarence, but I still rock with you, right? I still rock with you. All right, so anyway, y'all, thank you, everybody. All right, we got to get right to work, y'all. Let's get right to work. Let's get right to work because we got to find out if women, and particularly the sisterhood, if they should they settle. We gotta look. We gotta see. Okay, Patrice, we gotta see what's going on. So let's hear the rest of Boyce Watkins, right? Boyce Watkins had his view on this, and then we're gonna listen to actual Tyler Perry himself, his comments, and then we're gonna go from there, y'all. Okay, so let me bring up Boyce. Let me have Boyce continue what he was talking about, and then let's get to it after that.
So people get offended, but it's true. Tyler Perry movies don't really do it for me. But I like Tyler Perry. I like what he's trying to do. It's like, good for you. But remember that the $1 billion empire that he has, that was without question the house Madea built. That was the house Madea built. When Tyler and I talked on the phone in 2014, 2015-ish, I think, maybe it was 2013-ish, I don't remember. He had just been listed as the highest paid person in all of Hollywood. All of the white people were like, how the hell did this black man get on this list? How did he sneak under the radar? And I thought it was brilliant. And I was like, how does it feel to be the highest paid person in all of Hollywood? He said, I hate it. He said, nobody wants to have their salary just plastered out there. Because what people don't understand about business, and this is something I think that you should understand if you're going into business or you're doing business, is that people that have a paycheck mindset, they think that when Tyler made $100 million, they just wrote him a check for $100 million and he had $100 million sitting in the bank. That's not true. When you're running a business and you're generating money at that level, you have expenses like you would not believe. You have insanely high expenses that might be sometimes 90, 100% of your income. So people say, oh, you made $100 million, but they don't know how much profit you actually made. He said, people don't see it that I paid Alan Payne $2.5 million. I paid this person at X millions of dollars. I paid that person millions. So I got it. I understood his frustration. One other thing Tyler said to me in that conversation that really I thought was really interesting, and I didn't believe it when he said it, but I just kind of said, okay, was he said, I hate wearing the Madea dress. He said, I hate that dress. I want to get rid of it as soon as I can. And last I checked, it's 10 years later, and Madea's still running strong. Madea's running strong, and you know what? I don't even blame him. It's like, look, if that's where you started, then that's where.
Okay, all right, y'all. We're just gonna do a quick poll here. We don't have to, I'm not gonna type nothing all up, but just a quick poll. Which one of you? I mean, does anybody have a problem with the Madea? Do you guys have a problem with Madea? I mean, I personally, I'm gonna say I had a problem with it. I just wasn't interested. It just didn't interest me, right? I wasn't drawn to that type of entertainment. But any of y'all have a problem with it? I really didn't have a problem. I just wasn't. It didn't tickle my fancy. You know what I mean? Don said, I love Madea. Yeah, well, I wasn't feeling Madea, Don. I wasn't feeling her. I wasn't feeling that character. You know what I mean? Well, maybe because, I just, but I'm not a big pie eater. I eat some pie, bean pie, but I'm not a big pie eater. You know what I mean? If the Pie Channel came on and started talking about pies, I'd probably turn it because I'm just not interested in it. That was my feeling with Madea. I just wasn't interested in Madea. I just wasn't. I mean, if Pat said Medea's in every family. I don't know. I never had that character in my family. Well, I could take that back. I had a character that was a little bit like her. My Aunt Dia, man. mean, talk about speak softly and carry a big stick. My idea was no joke, man. When she said something, my father and his brothers and sisters, they went scurrying to do whatever she said. Right? I was like, who is this old lady, man? She could tell them what to. She tell my father, I thought my father was the big dog, man, and my father was scurry, man, when she said, hey, you know what? She called my father Pee Wee. She said, Pee Wee, I sure would like some barbecue. Pew, pew, we would be off her porch and gone to the meat market to go get some ribs so that he can make some ribs for her. No question, nothing. The plans that we have for the rest of the day done. So we had somebody like that. So I can't lie and say we didn't. We had somebody that was like that. Now, was she as my aunt wasn't as boisterous as that. She was more of a Teddy Roosevelt type of carry a big stick, walk soft and carry a big stick type of person. And she didn't say a lot, but what she did say, it was heard, understood, and moved out on, right? You know what I mean? So I guess we all had that person. It could be true, but I think a lot of black men have problems with the Madea character, and I don't have a problem with it. I just feel like it just wasn't, wasn't something that I would turn on. I would watch. But anyway, so you see that Boyce is now he's talking about Tyler Perry and basically qualifying the fact that he has spent a lot of time, obviously, around a lot of black women. So he should know a little bit about what he's talking about after spending so much time with them and being able to spend enough time with them to be able to impersonate one of them in a character of a dress, right? In a character, right? So that's what I think. That's what he's doing now. He's qualifying his, his resume as far as being able to speak on some of the things he spoke on. All right, Patrice, I like Big Mama from Soul Food. Medea, I can take it or leave it. Yeah, that's I think that's most black men is that we could take it or leave it. We don't really, I think it's a small minority that's like got a real problem with it. You know what I mean? I think most black men are like, man, yeah, I ain't feeling it, but if you making money doing it, hey, go out there and do your thing. Do your thing. If you could, the thing about, what the thing about making money is going to sleep at night. Is looking at yourself in the mirror. If you can do what you, if you can, what do you call that? If you can do whatever you're doing and you can feel good about yourself, look in the mirror and say, I'm a good person, and you feel like you're a good person, maybe you're okay. You know what I mean? So that's the biggest thing about making this money, because sometimes you can make money, right? Remember Judas? Judas, he got all that money for pointing out Jesus, right? He got all that money. But what did he end up, what I'm saying? But he couldn't look at himself in the mirror. He couldn't look at it. He couldn't face himself for what he had done to get the money. Now, he already got the money. He could have just disappeared into the sunset. But no, the guilt of what he had actually done to get the money, he couldn't live with that. All right, y'all. So we're going to go back to Boyce, because Boyce is going to talk about this situation. And then we're going to actually hear what Tyler Perry actually had to say. All right, y'all. Let's keep moving.
I think you need to finish. Madea is a billion-dollar brand. Madea is a brand just like Mickey Mouse, just like Donald Duck, just like Coca-Cola. Madea is a brand. You can make money from Madea. Madea goes to the park. Madea gets shot. Madea drives through the hood. Madea goes to jail. Madea go come get your cousin, right? You can literally take the Madea brand and go, Madea goes to college. Madea joins the Supreme Court, right? You can literally make Madea movies forever and make, $50, $100 million every single time. Easy play. No disrespect, just not my thing. Now, here's the thing. So Tyler makes a comment that was interesting. Hit the thumbs up button, by the way. Please hit the thumbs up button. He made a comment about black women and their dating choices and seemed to say something about money. He said something about money. And of course, that perks up my spidey senses because you guys know my wife is a relationship therapist. She's not just a person who has an opinion. She's actually trained on this. She's licensed on this, right? This is what she does. She's a full professor also. She's actually teaching her students right now. And so she's into the relationship stuff. She coaches, she gives me lots of information about that. I'm a finance guy. My doctorate's in finance. I've been teaching finance for a long time. And he said that money shouldn't matter to women. Basically, it seemed that that's what he was saying. That in this comment, which is on I put it on my Instagram. I put the video up there. I can't play it on YouTube because YouTube acts funny when you play other people's stuff. But in this video, he says that Black women who are dating shouldn't really care so much about money. It doesn't matter if he makes less money than you. And he even goes as far as saying, even if he can't pay the light bill, that should be an okay man for you to choose. Now, I'd be curious. I want to ask the ladies in here, men, let's sit back for a minute. Let's let the ladies talk. Yes or no? Give me a yes or no. If a man said that, look, I love you. I'll wash your dirty drawers. I think you are the most beautiful woman in the world. I will stand by your side. I won't abuse you. I won't cheat on you. I'll never leave. But I can only pay the light bill. Would that be a man that you would pick? Would you, ladies, seriously, give me a yes or no. I want to see how many yeses and how many no's. I'd be really curious. If a man said, I can only come.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. I see you, Sister Annie. I'm watching you, girl. Now, Sister Annie had a good question. Let's bring that question up. She said, if money shouldn't matter to women, should it matter to the bill collectors? We're gonna get into that. We're gonna try to answer all these questions. Don says, Annie has spoken. Excuse me. Clarence, you coughing? We shutting this stream down early. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see, y'all. We'll see. I got some halls out there in the car. Maybe I'll run out there while Boyce is out here educating y'all. But anyway, Boyce is saying he's saying that Tyler said that money shouldn't matter, right? That's his perspective of what he's saying to what that's Boyce Watkins' perspective on what Tyler Perry actually said, right? So then he says, hey, if money shouldn't matter, should it matter to bill collectors? I don't know if money shouldn't matter. Because I don't think that's in a society where money matters, to say money shouldn't matter I think that's, you know what I mean? Because if you don't have money, you're restricting yourself to a certain type of life in a society like this, right? If we lived in a society where everything was free and everything is nothing, nobody had to work for nothing, and you just got, then that'd be a whole nother thing. But now we're in a society where you have to work. If you want something, you have to earn it, right? The Quran says, man only gets what he strives for, right? Man only gets what he earns, right? You got to earn what you get, right? That's the most surest way of getting what you want, is to earn it, right? But should money matter? Should money matter? I don't see. This is a thing, y'all. I think we got to context this so that it can make some sense. Because in my opinion, of course, money should matter. Of course, it should matter. Now, it should be weighed against the character of the person. Everything should be weighed against the character of the person, in my opinion. Everything. Because you could have a guy that he don't have no money, right? You guys ever seen the movie Carbon Copy? There's a movie called Carbon Copy. It was Denzel Washington's first movie called Carbon Copy. Go get it. It's a movie from like 81 or 80 or 79 or something like that, right? But Denzel Washington is a high school student, and he finds out that his mother used to be a maid at with these rich people, and kind of like Arnold Schwarzenegger, the rich dad was bopping the maid, right? So he finds this stuff out on the mother's deathbed that the rich guy is actually his father, right? So he tries to hook up with him, and of course, man, he puts the dude through hell, man, because he's so angry that he didn't claim him and he had to live this poor lifestyle. So he reconnects with the dude on the thinking, with the appearance that, oh, I'm just trying to reconnect with my dad. But what he's really trying to do is just drag this dude through the mud, right? Because he's so angry with him for not claiming him and helping him and his mom. Don, you say, you remember that movie, Don? Yeah. So, yeah, man. You guys get a chance. Go watch the movie Carbon Copy, man. But anyway, in the movie Carbon Copy, man, money did matter. Money, well, the whole thing was, see, the guy that was the rich dad that he all of a sudden got broke and he was living on the streets. Denzel, he didn't know that Denzel Washington was broke too, but Denzel Washington had just got accepted to this medical school program. He was just waiting to go. But he wanted to, since he had some free time, he wanted to destroy the dude that he felt left him, left him in poverty just because he didn't want to claim him as his son, right? Right? Remember Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? Remember his housekeeper? She used to bring her kids there. She used to bring her son there, right? Bring her kids, and kids would run around helping her wash. They even had Arnold Schwarzenegger's a housekeeper even had some quarters in the back of the property, right? So they lived on the property, right? So she used to bring her kids in there while she was cleaning up. And so the little boy starts growing up. He's 5 years old. He's like, man, that kid looks familiar, right? He gets about 8 years old. This kid looks real familiar. He gets about 10 years old. Oh, man, this kid is, we know somebody around here looks like this, right? And he gets about 13. Man, you the spitting image of Arnold. But how could that be? You can't be the spitting image of Arnold unless... Right? That's how his marriage broke up with Maria Shriver, right? But the whole point of the thing I'm saying is, sometimes you might be with a man, you don't know that he got some other stuff going on. Because a lot of times a man ain't gonna tell you all the way what's going on. Why? Because so many women, it may not be you as the woman, but so many women have taken advantage of that kind of information. And when a guy says, hey, this is how much money I make, this is where I work, this is when I get paid, there's a lot of women that take that information and use it, unscrupulously, right? So a lot of guys, they may even lie about their opportunities. Oh, I'm just doing this, I'm just doing that. Now, I don't encourage them to do that either. I really don't. I think you just got to be mindful of what you say, right? And watch the way you say it and what you say. And then watch the timing of what you say, right? Because sometimes you can tell somebody before it's the right time, and they could think one way, but it's the other way, right? But anyway, we're gonna get back to boys, but I want you guys to keep these questions in your head. So we're gonna ask a question, we're gonna open it up, and we're gonna ask you some questions. What do you think? What do you think? Should money matter in a heterosexual relationship? Should money matter? Well, let's get back to boys. Let's find out.
Come up with $400 to pay the light bill. Well, actually, the light bill is maybe about $200, and that's all I can come up with. Would that be okay? Would that be a good relationship? What do you all think? Give me an answer while I cough really quick. Okay, I see some. Paisley's Corner says you have to pay more than the light bill. I see Rodeo Road says no, not, or NI, which I assume means no. Joanne Dixon, no. Garden Flower, no. Alicia Butler, no. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of no's. I'm looking for a yes. It sounds good, but unrealistic, says Brooklyn Sire. Okay. Hell no. Wow. That's really interesting to me. That's really interesting to me. And, because I've been fascinated for a long time about the relationship between love and money. In my own personal experience, I was utterly fascinated by how much cuter, how much more handsome I became once I started making $115,000 a year. When I went from being a broke grad student, driving a hoopty, making 12 grand, to making $115,000 a year, having a PhD, I was really, really shocked by how my jokes became funnier. I became the most interesting man in the world. I suddenly started to attract the attention of women that did not give me the time of day back when I was broke. And it didn't upset me or infuriate me. It made me curious. In fact, the first book, one of the first books I wrote was called Financial Lovemaking. I wrote this back in 2006 when I was on the faculty of Syracuse. And it's all about the relationship between love and money. And I interviewed lots of people for this book. And I walked away with the clear conclusion that this is typically true. That it's very difficult, particularly in a capitalist society, to imagine a reality where money, romance, and finance are not connected. When they say romance without finance is nonsense, and ain't nothing going on but the rent, I just really don't know how you can expect that for most women, not all women, most women can just act like the amount of money a man makes doesn't matter at all. I just though that's like saying that the way a woman looks doesn't matter at all to a man. Give me a yes or no. Do you think that men care if a woman's ugly or pretty? Do you think that women care if she has a nice body or she weighs 800 pounds? Yes or no? Do you think men?
All right, y'all. All right, that's enough of boys for right now. We're gonna go back to boys. We're gonna get back to boys, but what we're gonna do now is we're gonna listen to Tyler Perry himself, right? Tyler Perry. So we all know that in a capitalist society, everything is connected to finance. Everything is connected to finance, right? It is. I mean, we can't say that it's not connected. Those two things, finance and romance, are definitely connected. So we're gonna get into how they're connected in a minute. But first, let's listen to Tyler Perry himself. Let's listen to Tyler Perry himself. Let's see. No, that's not what I want. This is what I want. Okay, so we're gonna listen to a little clip of the Breakfast Club, and this is what they had to say about what Tyler Perry said. They're gonna play a little bit of it.
Everybody, it's DJ NV, Charlamagne the God. We are the Breakfast Club. Now, if you're just joining us, we're talking about this interview that Tyler Perry said. And Tyler Perry said this in the interview.
In our society right now, Black women are making a lot more money for the most part than Black men, right? There are a lot of Black men who are successful, but for the most part, Black women are making the money. So if you can find love, if that man works at whatever job and is a good man and is good to you and honors the house and honors his wife and does what he can, because his gift may not be your gift.
Exactly.
That is okay. That's not somebody who's beneath you.
Yeah.
That's somebody who came to love you at your worth, right?
Yes.
And as long as he's secure in himself to know that, yep, she makes most of the money, all I can pay is the light bill. As long as she's comfortable enough to say, I'm going to cover the mortgage and all the other stuff, you've handled the light bill, baby, you can take me to dinner every now and then. That is fine.
Yeah.
That love, that support, that I got you, babe, it's a beautiful thing.
So we're asking 800-585-1051. We're talking to women.
All right. Let me stop it right there. You guys heard what Tyler Perry had to say. You heard for himself. You heard for yourself what Tyler Perry had to say. Should women be settling? Right? Now, I don't know if that's settling. I guess that's what they say is settling, right? This made all of these women, especially the Black women, all upset, right? Because they're saying, "Oh well, you telling me I have to settle." Now I don't know if I heard that from him. Patrice.
Hey, brother, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, of course. You sound beautiful. Y'all sound beautiful, sis.
Good
Can I
evening.
ask you a question real quick?
What did I miss? Because I was clicking in and I didn't.
Okay. I'm gonna play it again. I'm gonna play Tyler Perry's comments again. I'll play it
Okay.
again real quick. Here we go.
Perry said, and Tyler Perry said this in the interview.
In our society right now, Black women are making a lot more money for the most part than Black men, right? There are a lot of Black men who are successful, but for the most part, Black women are making the money. So if you can find love, if that man works at whatever job and is a good man and is good to you and honors the house and honors his wife and does what he can, because his gift may not be your gift.
Exactly.
That is okay. That's not somebody who's beneath you.
Yeah.
That's somebody who came to love you at your worth, right?
Yes.
And as long as he's secure in himself to know that, Yep, she makes most of the money. All I can pay is the light bill. As long as she's comfortable enough to say, I'm going to cover the mortgage and all the other stuff, you've handled the light bill, baby, you can take me to dinner every now and then. That is fine.
Yeah.
That love, that support, that I got you, babe. It's a beautiful thing.
So we're asking
All right. Did you hear that?
I did.
What is your feelings on what you heard from Tyler Perry? What do you think is going on there?
Well, first, I think I maybe heard, and before I prejudge, see, because we tend to take snippets, right? Something. So before I give my humble opinion or my view or, on the subject, is in what context did he say that? Because again, we tend to take little snippets from this interview. So what was said before and after that?
Well, he was talking about something else, and they just kind of went over into this real quick. But the reason why this came up was because of the I think the question of women finding men and having problems finding men. I think that was what was being, and so he went into this sidebar here to talk about how if you haven't, I think he was basically saying the standards are kind of high, and your standards are kind of high because you outnumbering all these men, and now you making more money than a lot of these men. So to find a man that's going to be making more money than you when you're already making 6 figures plus, maybe if you want to, if you maybe don't emphasize so much on the money. As far now, listen, I don't think he was saying go get a homeless dude and take him home. But I think what he was saying is, this dude making a decent salary, working, and he's a good dude. I think he was more focus on a good dude, and try to see if you can work all the other stuff out. But that's where you should really be focusing on.
Okay.
So that was the context of what was going on, because I think it got brought up that it's hard to find men, and so he went into that.
So I think just right off in the context of what I heard him say, I think he kind of gave a not so good analogy by only saying if he can just pay the light bill, right? Because we know realistically, if the woman is already making more money than the man, of course, the brunt of the bills are going to be on her, probably for the most part, right? So I think he gave kind of a bad analogy right there by just saying like one bill and maybe take you out to dinner every now and then. Now, for the most part, that's real life situations where there are women absolutely in relationships where they're making more money than the guy. But I think that it's another side to that where the guy, the husband or the guy that, the live-in, if they living together, is doing more than just paying one bill. There's other areas where he is being, providing in some kind of way, or being a help in some other kind of way as well. So I think that the analogy of how Tyler said it may have gotten taken out of context. Now, I personally, my humble opinion, I'm looking at the fact that this is a man who is a writer, director, producer, and I remember 2 particular movies that he wrote where that one scenario was, the name of that movie was I Can Do Bad All By Myself. That starred Taraji P. Henson. She was a woman, right? That had this attitude is if I got to, do all this and that and take care of this and do that and make more money, I might as well be by myself. That's some women's perspective, right? And I respect that perspective, right? But he is a guy that actually wrote that type of movie. But in the end, she did get a normal guy. He was a handyman, right? And she ended up marrying him because she fell in love with him and he fell in love with her. So it's so many facets that absolutely can fit the scenario what he's talking about. But I think it was just a bad analogy, right? So the other movie was Acrimony. Now you take a Black woman, meets a Black man, they meet in college, fall in love, they start living together. This woman went through hell and high water being a support system for that man, that husband that was struggling, waiting on that big break for his invention to get invented. That woman mortgaged her house and everything. She lost everything helping him, right? And then in the end, when she got tired, she had enough, she left. After she left, he strikes it big. The invention get big. He become a multimillionaire. And even and all the work that she had put in with that man when he didn't have nothing was over there with another woman now that was going to reap the benefits off of that, even though he ended up writing her a fat check. But look at the time, the effort, the money, the house. She had lost all of that by the time, you know, his invention hit. He ended up being with another woman. And now that other woman is enjoying all the glorified of that wealth that the first wife should have absolutely enjoyed, because she took the bigger risk. She the one that risked it all when he didn't have nothing, believed in him, supported him. So I'm just looking at different scenarios from him and the type of movies that he writes and putting things in perspective. Now, I've dated guys that I made more money than them. I've dated guys that made more money than me, depending on the situation, right? I would say that I definitely, in the scenario he's speaking, I would say that in today's age, no woman is just gonna, I don't believe, be with a man. Now I'm not saying, I ain't gonna say all, because there are some women out here that's absolutely with those type of men. But I think it's a small margin of those women. I think it's a small percentage. Today and age, in this economy and society, again, with capitalism being the way it is, a woman, most working women do want a man to have something to offer, to bring to the table financially, where you can put your finances together and build together on. Unless you're young, you're meeting young, you're fresh out of college, you're getting married, neither one of y'all have anything in your building. So I think it's different scenarios, if you will. But I think in today's age, for the most part, no, women is not going to go for that when they are higher, making more money than the men. I don't think it's realistic and logic to think that that's going to be the norm or the exception to the rule, if that makes sense.
So a woman should not settle, right? Well, first of all, what's settling, Patrice? What does that mean? What is settling?
Settling is you may have a expectation of something, right? Whether it's a high standard or a normal standard, but you end up settling for less than that standard or that expectation. You just you settle. It's like settling is just being okay with the status quo. Now, and many women are doing it, have done it, or whatever, especially, certain women as they get older, again, that list gets less and less and less. And they may say, okay, I may have to deal with a man that let me check that off, where he might not be 6 feet, plus tall like I like. So I might have to check that off. So they start, and it gets less and less and less. And then they end up settling. Okay, I'll go ahead and date that man that's 5'11". You know what I mean? So it's different scenarios where people settle. Financially settle. When I was younger, yeah, I would have loved to have a man making the six figures back then, but that was unrealistic, right? But is it unrealistic now? It's not unrealistic. Is it more probable? Probably not, because it's hard to really find somebody that's not already in that position, that's taken, married, or whatever, that's making that type of money, right? So Again, it depends. So you end up settling for the man that only make 85,000. You know what I mean? And not 100 and something and
Wait a minute, what you
50,000.
say, girl? Settling for somebody making 85,000? Hey, you know how much money $85,000 is?
I was just throwing numbers out there. I was just using an example.
That's a lot of money, girl.
Well, of course it is. But listen, you done went from a man that 5 years ago you wanted that man making 150,000.
Okay.
That didn't happen. 5 years done passed. You find a nice guy and he make 85. You're gonna settle for that. Especially if you like him. If you like him, you attracted to him. You're like, okay, I can work with 85. I might make 90. Okay, I wanted my husband or my man to make, 150, but he don't. He make 85. Let's put my 90 and his 85 together, and boom, we still over that. You know what I mean? So it's different situations. I think basically that his wording was incorrect because he only used one bill, like the light bill, and women looking like, hell no, he better pay the light bill, the gas bill, and this bill at least, meet me somewhat halfway. Because if I'm making more money, then the expectation is for the one that's making the most money to pay majority of the bill. That's usually how it is.
That's how it goes when men get into relationships, right? They just usually
absolutely. But
right,
look, I come from an era and was raised in a household in an era where the men made more money because the majority of the women were either housewives or they just did not make that kind of money that their husbands made.
Yeah.
The husbands worked for the airlines, they worked for the automotive industry, they worked for different, the steel mills,
right.
And different things like that. So the men made more money than the women.
Right.
Some of those women stayed home and were housewives. That was my mother for a long time before she got into the workforce. But things have shifted and changed. We live in a higher economy, a higher society, capitalism and all these things come into play. And you just have more modern women, especially where they're making a lot of money. A lot of them, they own bosses and things of that nature. So they want a man to be up subpar to them.
But don't you think that that's a conflict? Because if a man comes into a relationship and he's making the most money, like my father made more money than my mother. They both had good jobs. They both worked for the government, but they had good jobs. But my father made vastly more money than my mother, right? And they both did well. But he always took care of everything. Like my mother would have 6 months of her paychecks just stacked up because my father he just was that type of dude. He just paid everything. And so he was old school, you know what I mean? Probably kind of like
a lot of
old school like that. But I'm saying we as men did that, right? But like you said, the landscape has changed where now women are earning a lot more money nowadays, right? They don't necessarily, and I don't, most of the time, they don't need a man. They don't need a man. A man would be nice to have if he's going to help and add to the the environment and make the environment a little better. Yeah. But most of these women don't need a man, especially financially. Right. So if they date somebody, why isn't it okay? And now I know why I wouldn't do it, but I mean, why isn't it okay? I want to hear from a woman. Why isn't it okay for a woman to say, well, hey, look, I make more money than you. I'll just take care of everything. Why is this such an issue when it comes to if you're a modern woman, then why wouldn't you have a modern viewpoint when it comes to finances? But it seems like a lot of the times in the modern women will have a traditional viewpoint when it comes to finances, right? When it comes to everything, a lot of other stuff, they have a very modern view. Hey, I
don't know, because a lot of these younger women from the younger generation modern women are not so traditional, even when it comes to the finances. They still want the guy to pay the majority of the money, of the bills and things of that nature. I'm just saying from a standpoint of where I've been in scenarios where younger women, and maybe in my family or in other people's family that I know that have been live-in situations. And even though that woman might be making more money, with they guy usually is still paying more of the bills in that family and in that relationship. I've seen it. So I wouldn't necessarily say that more modern women are more traditional. I think they're more modern actually in their
No,
views.
no.
And
I
when it
think they're
comes to-
modern. This is what I'm saying, Patrice. They're modern when it comes to most of the stuff they stand on. They only jump back
yeah.
into traditionalism when it's finances. We talk about finances, right? That's when the traditional. That's when they bring that back up. Oh, by the way, you should be making more, and you should be paying more, and you should do the. You know what I mean? Whereas, like what you were describing is this modern situation, women are a lot of times out earning men, right? Let's specifically talk about the Black community. That's happening a whole lot in the Black community, where women are out earning, like top earning women are outnumbering top earning men, right? They just outnumber. They're starting to outnumber them, right? So it's going to be more difficult to find men that are going to be that'll fit the mold, because it's not that many men up there. When you get up to that high of a ceiling, you know, it becomes difficult, right?
Yeah, and this is the thing. This is why I'm telling you, even with the women, and shout out to my sister, she in the chat. Hey, Cynthia Garner, what's up, sis?
Hey, Cynthia.
More of the modern women that's making more money, and this is, and I'm just telling you what I see, what I've seen over the last, I would say, probably 10 to 20 years of the younger generation, when these women are coming out making more money and more successful, and they get live-in boyfriends and husbands and things, and they're making more money and they're paying the majority of bill, and that's the situation. If they're paying more majority of the bill, they have this more masculine attitude about, since I make more money and I'm paying more bills, they still want to be the head of the household, which to me, diminishes the role of the male, and that's problematic because of the mindset that a lot of young women have, just because they're making more money than their male counterpart, that they feel like they have to be the lead role in the household. And that to me is where it falls off a little, with the tradition. I've seen it. I've seen the mindsets of a lot of young women that make a lot of money or more money than their male counterparts, whether they living together or married to them. They have this mentality of, because I make more money and pay more of the bills, I'm running the household. They just, and that's the modern part of it that has come up now over the last 20 years, as opposed to traditional mindset of, the way I still feel. Like when I was married, just use me. When I was married, I made more money than my husband. My husband ran the household. He was the man of the house. I allowed him to be that. I didn't take that or diminish his role as the male, as the lead, as masculine. I didn't diminish that because I made more money than him. We still put our money together, even though I made more money than him, but he ran the household, and we discussed and made decisions together. But at the end of the day, if he was like, nope, this is what it is, then if it was within reason, I let it be. But see, that's not the mindset of a lot of young girls now. They don't have that mindset. That's why I say our generation we come from a different cloth.
Definitely.
Because those women allowed the man to lead, even though they made more money for the most part. Right. They still was the leaders of their household. They still ran the household. I ain't talking about like the stuff that the women did back then, like the kids, the washing and cooking and cleaning. Of course, back then we usually do more than that anyway, whether we make more money or not. We doing more of that, right?
Typically.
Yeah, but I'm just seeing a lot of, unfortunately, in this modern society, and because of all the modernization and the mentality of a lot of young women that is in that attitude or mode or mindset is, yeah, I make more money and I'm paying more majority of the bills, so they still feel like they need to be the leaders in the household, which I don't agree with that, but it's unfortunate that that is the mindset of a lot of women. I've heard him. You ain't on my level, and you ain't this and that. Like what? Like, you're literally diminishing the role of your male counterpart when you do that.
Yeah.
You're stepping into the masculine role just only because of the finances and because of the fact that you make more money than him, and which I don't agree with that.
Yeah, it's just. And see, this is the nature of men. The nature of a man is when anytime he step into a situation, he's gonna try to take control. He's gonna try to have the highest utility of what's going on there. So even if he's not the one earning most of the money, he's still going to try to drive things. We're talking about good dudes, right? So he's still going to try to drive things to go in a positive direction. And he's still going to try to say, hey, no, let's look at this. Let's spend this here. Let's do this here. Let's save this much. Let's do this. He's still going to try to step in there. Now the question is whether the dude has good intentions or bad intentions, because that's what matters. Because any guy's going to come in and he's going to try, you go out with somebody and then you making all this money as a female. A guy that comes into that relationship with you, he's going to say, okay, well, I'm coming in, and so I'm going to just start trying to establish my little program here, right? And so even if I'm making less money, I'm going to try to establish more. That's just the nature of men, right? They're going to try to, whatever the situation you drop them in, they're going to try to, make it work, right? So, but if you do like this you were saying, Patrice, where you take them and you say, well, because you're not making as much money as me, you don't have the right to do what a man would normally do, which is come in and try to make things work a certain way. You don't have the right to do that. I'm going to take that right away from you as a man because you don't earn this much money. And to me, I think that that's where a lot of women are making that mistake. And especially you can see it in the music. You can see it in the television shows where women are kind of being groomed to, have that kind of attitude about, have a modern attitude about their behavior, but a traditional attitude about the finances. All right, let me answer this question real quick, man. Shout out to Marcus, by the way. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. All right, let's answer Sister Annie's question. She says, why do you think women are out earning men? Okay, well, the good news is that the feminist movement latched onto the women's empowerment movement, and they made some very big strides in women's women's safety, personal safety, and being able to create income. They made a lot of strides there, right? Unfortunately, they left the family behind. They didn't find a way to slip the family in there with it. So they have a lot of positives that the that's why I say feminism isn't all bad. We just talking about the parts of it that went to the left, that threw the family in the trash can. But it wasn't all bad. The women were able to bump up their personal safety. Why? Because they were able to show that women aren't crazy. Not all women are crazy. Some, yes, but not all women are crazy, man. When they've been telling you that my uncle touched me, or this coach touched me, or this or that, it wasn't just to get somebody in trouble. It actually happened, right? It was the coach that was lying. It was the uncle that was lying, right? So the personal safety and the finances, yes. I think that's, but the real reason why, in my opinion, why women are out earning men is because men in today's society they don't. Let me put it another way. Men that don't accomplish things get rewarded with sex, even though they haven't done anything.
Mhm.
Therefore, the overall, this is the message that sends to men. In the general population, that sends the message to men is, I don't have to be about anything to get sex. I can just, come by, I can do it. I can convince somebody, or I can get some money from somebody else, whatever. I can get some sex. Sex is not something I have to even work for. So therefore, most men were motivated. Used to be a time when men were motivated to go get work because they knew one day they was going to have a family. They wanted to have a family. That was the thought previously. Now that thought is not. Now the men. There's so many ways where men could get pleasure without having to work for it that they don't even see the need for going out, because they can just find a woman to live off of the woman, right?
Yes, a lot of homosexuals. It's a lot of
it's a lot of them.
homosexuals that's on the Pookie, what they call them, the Pookie Ray Ray and Junebugs, that's on the couch waiting on the woman to come home with the check, and it is a lot of that, and unfortunately also, the feminist movement played a slight part in it, but also the fact that it's more women than men, right? When you look at the percentages, it's more of us than it is of Black male counterparts, unfortunately, and more women are going and getting educated and getting a higher paying jobs because we're in better positions class-wise to do so. Where unfortunately a lot of our Black men, especially Black and brown men in America, get slacked in that department. They have to go a way extra miles, and a lot of our Black men are getting educated. I'm not saying that they're not. I'm just saying it's more women than men. So of course the numbers are going to be, more in the Black females in the communities than there is than our Black male counterparts. So that plays a part as well. Unfortunately, in society, the numbers for opportunities and resources goes like this. It goes: the white man is first,
Definitely.
white woman is second,
Definitely.
the Asian woman is third.
Definitely.
And then you got, I'm sorry, the LGBTQIA is third, and then the Asians are fourth, Black women are fifth, and Black men, unfortunately, are last.
I don't know if I agree with that lineup, Patrice. I will put the Asian people before the LGBT. Yeah,
okay,
I would put them first.
Since they got their bill, yes, because they're more protected. but the LGBTQIA plus is a protected class now too.
Yeah, they're definitely on the list. I just think that Asians just got them by a little bit.
But the reason why I say them before the Asians is because the LGBTQIA plus got the upper hand on the tax. They got like a tax in they same-sex marriages where it's legal. They got a certain amount they got a special taxing. It's sort of like a reparations. It's sort of like a special taxing that they qualify for as well. I forget what it's called. Yes, look into it. Yes.
Okay, we gotta look that up.
Exactly. So that's why I gave it in the order that I did. And unfortunately, Black men fall last on the totem pole. I actually should have put the Hispanics in front of even the Black men, because it's the brown men, then the Black man. So unfortunately, that's how it is in society, and that
definitely last.
Yeah, that plays.
But I think that's
you see more, of course, when it comes to corporate America. You see more, of course, white men, number one, that are in the higher paying position. Your CFOs, your CEOs, your CIOs, your COOs, your vice presidents, senior vice presidents, and all of those are predominantly your white male counterparts. And then behind that are your white female counterparts. Then behind them are your Asian counterparts. Again, all of that, Black men fall last on that totem pole. So it's so many factors that come into play when it comes to that.
And also, I'm gonna get you a question in just a second, Marcus. So also, what plays a part in that, Sister Annie, is that you guys remember when I would bring up the school statistics, and it would show that young black boys are last in mathematics, they're last in English, they're last in mathematics, English, and the sciences, right? They're last in nationwide test scores, right? So I think that the problem starts when they're very young. It starts when they're very young, where most black men, and the more aggressive of our young men, they get turned off by school because the teachers take their aggression as an offense and they turn them off, right? And so to keep their self-esteem, or the semblance of self-esteem that they have in the classroom, they become a problem. They become a problem to try to show that they are just as power, to exert any kind of power that they think they have. They become a problem in the classroom, and of course, the teachers just turn them off instead of digging into the situation a little deeper. Now, I'm not saying they trained how to do that. I'm just saying that's probably what needs to happen. But basically, our young black men get turned off from education at an earlier age than anyone else.
And Bro Clarence, that's also because of the school to prison pipeline that starts, like you said, the how they view black boys, unfortunately, and now they even add black girls to this that show any type of aggressiveness, right?
Right.
They deem them as being problematic early on in the school system. So they have it can start with anything as little as, like you said, acting up in class. It can go to truancy. It can go, which leads to a suspension, which leads to
Well,
this.
that's why they don't go. They don't go because they feel stupid going there. So
right.
They just don't go.
Excuse me, and it leads to juvie, and then it leads to prison. Unfortunately, the system is way more harsher on black boys than any other race. And I would say behind that now we getting Hispanic, and then we getting black girls as well.
Definitely. All right, I want to answer Marcus' question. Marcus says, I think it depends on the job field, also affirmative action, and certain adulterous platforms, and certain men just paying for these ladies existing, just give them or gift them and cash up them, etc. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Marcus, but that's not the majority of these women that's making more money. The majority of these women making lots of money are working at high paying firms, or they're working for the government. So that's the majority of women out there, I think, that's actually making these high incomes, right? And so the question is, why aren't black men being allowed to work in these firms? What's going on? Why aren't they out there recruiting black men, right? I think right now, black women are hot, right? As far as, you get black women in you're woke if you got black women working in your firm, right? So a lot of these firms, they will hire a black woman, right? I mean, all things being equal, right? They're not gonna hire Shaniqua off the street, right? She has no education. I'm just saying, where a lot of times they wouldn't even bother with a well-educated black woman because they just want to hire, they just want to get men in there. They will take a well-educated black woman now, right? So a lot of them get picked up.
Look at the equation when it comes to a well-educated black man and a well-educated black woman. They normally, in more of that setting, they will pick the black woman over the black man, unfortunately, and they educated the same. When I lived in Vegas, for the first time in my life, in all my 50-some years of being on this earth, I worked for one black CEO in my whole career since I worked in the day job. And when I tell you, I went to bat for that man. I was his executive assistant. And when he interviewed me, and I think what really, really solidified that position, because I was in another position, but I had to interview for that position because they were bringing in outside competition. But when I told that black man, I don't see men that look like you every day in this position. I said, and I want to see you win, because when you win, we win.
Mm-hmm.
I said, it will be an honor to work for you. And I will make sure that I do the best of my job to make you look good, because I have never in my life worked for a Black male CEO. And this was in a nonprofit organization, but it didn't matter. It was the fact that he was in that position. And when he got in that position, the whole board was diversified. It was
Mm.
Black, it was Hispanic, it was Asians, and it was more diverse than it was, just only white people, which is what you usually see in boardrooms. So being able to work for him was an absolute honor because I had never seen it or experienced it in my life. Now, if you go to Atlanta, they're everywhere, right? Because it's so many Atlanta people got their own businesses. They're their own CEOs, their own financial officers, their own presidents and vice president. But that's because they're entrepreneurs. But in corporate America, you just do not see that every day.
No, not at all.
Thank you, Annie. She told me bless me when I sneeze. Thank you.
Oh man, here we go with Sister Annie. Excuse me, Patrice, but you sneeze. Bless you. All right, so let's well, first I want to deal with Marcus, what Marcus said, and then we're gonna get back to Boyce. We're gonna go back to Boyce, y'all. But Marcus said, now you have made a comment, Patrice, about the prison, what'd you say, the prison pipeline? Marcus wanted to respond to that. He said, well, it's not even that, to be honest, OG, but in general, school curriculum doesn't push for most of its students to be taught to go certain avenues or routes or accomplishing a set a quicker career field quicker. I agree.
That's true. I agree with that as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I don't think it's now this is me. Now I'm gonna let Patrice respond, but this is me. I as being in classrooms with black boys, being a Black boy that was in a classroom, I think that it's not, the curriculum is not, I mean, maybe curriculum might be an issue, but we're not even getting to that's not even the bigger issue. The bigger issue that's slowing the Black boys down is the fact that they are being shunned away from inadvertently shunned away from chasing an education because of how they're being responded to in the classroom in most cases. Because Black boys usually, they start maturing earlier and they have these bursts of testosterone at like 8, 9, 6, 7 years old. They have bursts of testosterone. So, but the teacher will take that as disrespect or dishonor. And so because they take it that way, they respond in kind to the kid. So the kid thinks, oh man, you know what? They don't like me. Because kids don't know, hey, this is testosterone that got me acting out like this. They got me all over the road like this. They don't understand that Black boys, they get, as far as getting injections of testosterone, they get them faster than almost everybody else. So they will have these moments where they try to establish testosterone pushes you to establish dominance. That's what testosterone will do. It will push you to try to establish dominance somewhere. And so these little kids are getting these bursts of testosterone, and they try to establish their dominance in the classroom, right? But if a person's not really trained on how to deal with that, most of these teachers ain't trained on how to deal with that, right? They just want to go in the classroom and try to teach kids that want to learn, right? They're not trained on really how to deal with kids that have severe big influxes of testosterone, and to recognize that that's not an offense to you. It's just that the testosterone is in this kid. It's going to come out somewhere, right? You're going to try to dominate. It can't dominate at home. We already got somebody dominating home. Well, if they got a father there, but even if it's the mother there, we got somebody already is dominating at home. So I can't establish my dominance there. I have to establish my dominance somewhere else. So they try to do it in the classroom. Of course, the teachers in the classroom, they look at that as an offense, and they treat them in kind, and they equally as offensive to the kid. And then the kid gets turned off, and anybody who feels the same way says, damn, he's sitting in the classroom saying, damn, I felt the same way. Now, that's how she did him. That's how she's going to do me.
Well,
So
bro, remember when I was reading to in the program, right? And I told you I saw the need, especially, and I kind of concentrated more on the Black boys because I saw that lack of empathy for them, the lack of attention, the lack of just overall care, especially in the inner city, which is where I went to read to those students. And when I first got here in Arizona, remember I was telling you about the reading program, and
that's right.
so I think yes, they didn't have a lot of relatable curriculum, you know, and they didn't have and even now we see, you know, they don't push more towards the Black and brown students to get in STEM programs. And of course, you know, the trading just went out the window. You know, it started going out the window when I was in high school, somewhere around there in the 80s and 90s. It started going out the window. The
Thank you,
trading,
Ronald Reagan. Yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
exactly.
Out of high school.
Getting a lot of the funding, you know, in
Yeah.
education, no after school programs or resources. All of it plays a part in the reason why a lot of young Black boys didn't really have I don't want to say didn't have, but just the resources wasn't there as openly and as freely. They made it harder for young Black males to grind, to go out there and get it. Or as everybody likes to say, get it from the mud, whatever. I don't even like that analogy. I don't even like that analogy, but I
Well, you guys
understand.
got to think about this. Think about this. Everybody out there in the chat and in the world, think about this. These Black young men have been told that their first mission in life is to have sex with some woman. That's their first and only mission, right? Everything else is a sidebar to that. In most cases, that's what they've been taught. So, do I need to go to school for that? No. So a lot of times they don't put a lot of energy into school until it's too late, right? They're too late. They're out there in the street and they say, man, you know, they turn 18 and then they're like, man, I can't go nowhere. My
Well,
friends.
a lot of them, listen, a lot of them, what I found when I was in reading to those students, what I found was the teachers wouldn't even take the time to realize that that young Black boy may have had a reading, you know, disability like dyslexia, or, you know, like a lot of them had that problem. And that's something that can be worked on. You know, that's something that's doable. But for the teacher, for me to realize it in a student before the teacher, again, there's something wrong in the system as a whole.
Yeah.
If we see as many young boys as I saw, which were third and fourth graders that were struggling so bad with just reading by itself, not and don't even talk about math, you know.
Yeah.
And you got the younger girls that were a little bit smarter, you know, that was helping them and things of that nature, because the classes were overcrowded. You got 30 students in one class. You know, I mean, the teacher's not paying that type of attention anymore, or giving, like, for the most part, teachers are lacking as well. It's a whole system of that causes that. And that's where a lot of times, unfortunately, Black and brown students fall under the radar, you know, and they just barely making it. And they push them and pass them and just go head on and just pass them because of age, not because of their academics. Unfortunately, they can't keep them in fourth grade forever. So if they done failed twice already, eventually it's gone. Just go to the fifth grade. Just keep, and I've seen that happen.
Well, that happens because it'll affect their funding. If they're flunking so many kids, it's going to affect their funding and open them up for investigation. Hey, how come these kids ain't passing? What's going on over here? We just shut this school down then, right? So they just pass people to keep the money coming in, right? They have a little tiny program that nobody knows about that maybe could help them, right? But they got one person over there doing that. But Patrice, you and me we've been running our mouths. We got somebody on the panel now that's going to tell us what is going on. Brother Marcus, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, bro, Clarence? What's up, OG Patrice?
Hey, Marcus, how you doing? Long time no see.
I know, I miss talking to you, OG. Hope everything's been well with you in your life as well.
Oh,
Um,
absolutely. Good old young man. I hope all is well with you and yours.
absolutely. No, I just wanted to come up here because I wanted to. I don't want to sound off like I was very passive or I didn't understand where you guys are coming from. I just wanted to clarify, just add a little more context. Like details. Like I graduated over 10 years ago, and I remember in school. Yeah, I went to a very diverse school. It was, plethora of different types of people from different cultures coming into that school. So, like for me, you know, I could tell the difference in the way that certain people were already chosen. Some people put the work in, others were favored. You know, it's just, it's just the way that it was. I understood it later, but I just saw the way that the curriculum was, and that's just from my perspective because they don't push that kind of stuff. They don't push you when you to learn how to run certain investments or how to, hey, when you open up your bank account, who do you talk to? Can you get a financial advisor? What happens when you finally go out into the real world when you hit 18 and you get a job? Start doing your taxes, start asking for funding and programs. They don't really try to push it. You have to like somehow hear through word of mouth or through the ear, catch it through your ear. And I think right there, like I guess like some schools have like quotas too, right? They have certain quotas they got to meet to.
Oh yeah.
Well, we have this said valedictorian. She or he may be Asian, Indian, Middle Eastern. Maybe we need these number of athletes to make sure they have a decent enough GPA, and it is what it is. Like I learned to understand, like, hey, you can't hate the player, you got to hate the game. Or I'm sorry, don't hate the player, hate the game. That's just how it is, I guess. And I just try not to find excuses sometimes just for myself, but at the same time, it's like you try to do the right thing. You try to keep your head on a straight and narrow path and put the work in. So it's
Marcus,
weird.
I know what you're saying, and that's unfortunate because it's like in this day and age, and I agree with you from maybe the last 10, 15 years, schools have become very political. So when you say you saw favoritism, you saw certain angles with certain type of kids, that's politics in the education system. Unfortunately, that has happened. It's a lot of that. It's a lot of politicking. It's about who you know. It's about the resources. It's about favoritism, over certain genders or genres or races. It's become political as well, even in the educational system. So I understand what you're saying when you say you saw certain sectors or groups of people getting favoritism and getting picked for certain things and things of that nature. Absolutely. So I agree with your stance on that.
I realized something too. I noticed when parents will put in money to certain programs, like their kids got pushed more, whether it was to come out on the paper more, to be like basically more sponsored and advertised, whether it was like athletic or academically. Like if somehow the parents have the money, the trustees of funding, it's like capitalism doesn't fail.
Yeah,
that's what got me too.
Oh yeah, I agree. Again, that's a part of the politics of the education system. Absolutely.
All right, y'all. Marcus,
I think
I don't know
Vaughn. Did you pull up Vaughn's?
I'm gonna pull it up in just a second because I want to make sure we get Marcus, give him an opportunity to make his point clear, because he had so many people out there. Risa and Don was like, Clarence, let him talk. We want to hear what he got to say. Okay, I want to make sure Marcus got his point out, right? Marcus, are you sure that you got your point out, brother? Did you get everything out that you needed to say to accentuate the things that you put in the chat?
No, yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure I clarify, so I didn't come off like if I was like rude or passive or just I wanted to make sure like, hey, I got to hear both sides, and I got to make sure my statements weren't like to be like passive towards what the sentiment and the message in the program of it was,
No, man,
like,
you telling the truth, you always good here. We don't.
Yep.
We're not gonna. Even if you pushing back on us, we don't care nothing about that, man. We just want you to
No, yeah.
put it out
And I
there.
just want to make a quick comparison analogy. Like when you go to a certain section of a city, you notice that the city isn't really taken care of. But you go to another part of section of the city, and you guys kind of know where I'm getting at. You go to the right side. I'm not gonna try to add color to it, but you go to a certain area demographic where there's more.
I'm sorry, Marcus. I just said the truth is the truth. But go ahead, man. Finish. Marcus?
What happened?
I don't know.
Yeah, he went out.
Feds
I
came
know
and got
where
him.
I know where he was getting at though. Like, yeah, that's true. If you go to certain sectors of town and cities, you see more resources in those areas, right? Like I said, I taught in the urban neighborhoods, right, where there were lower income, poor parents and lots of single parents and one household and things of that nature. So you absolutely, and there was a lack of resources where, as opposed to in the suburbs where all of that was, it was a different story. So absolutely, which goes to show you where more of the funding is going.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I remember when I first noticed that is when I went to Pomona, California. I went to Pomona, California, and for the first time, because I was going to be going to college out that way, and so I was looking around for apartments, and I noticed as you got on one side of the freeway, it's kind of separated. One side of Pomona from the other side, like there's a side where the Pomona Fair is, and then there's the other side, right? So I was like on the other side where the college was, right? So it was a whole different world over there, right? As opposed to on the other side where it was nice big homes, everything was nice, it was kept really clean, and then this other side, it was just like, man, get in where you fit in, right? I used to work. Y'all don't know, it's not there anymore. I used to work in a place called the Indian Hills Mall, right? It's no longer in Pomona, right? It doesn't exist anymore. But at the Indian Hills Mall, and it was the end of the line where when people got released from the county, that was the last stop, right? So a lot of them characters that got off the bus, they would just walk into the mall, right? Because they had their little change off of whatever was on their books at the county, and they have a little pocket, so they come in there and get a hamburger or something, whatever, right? But we'd see LA County, the blues, the orange, all day long up in there, right? But it was a whole different ball game than if you went like 7 or 8 blocks up and crossed the freeway under the underpass, and then you see homes and everywhere was a lot different. But anyway, y'all, let's move on, because the conversation that we actually having now, we need to have it on another day. Well, why are women out? That was actually a good question, Sister Annie. We need to do a show on that and talk about that. But start it from the root level. We're talking about even in kids in school, we start at the root level. But that's a good question. I'm gonna remember that. But let's answer Vaughn's question. Can we answer Vaughn's question before we get to Boyce Watkins? Can we do that, y'all?
Yeah, read it off. I can't see it.
Okay. Vaughn's question, unless before we do that, Mark, do you have anything you want to add before we move on?
Nah, go ahead, man. I lost signal. I appreciate it though.
Okay, no problem, man. No problem. All right. Okay, so we're gonna answer Vaughn's question. Vaughn's question is, why is it that the average hardworking man? Ooh, this is a good question. Why is it the average hardworking man who makes an honest living and makes enough to provide for a wife and family is often overlooked? Ooh, that's a good question. Which one of y'all want to go first?
Oh, I could go first because they want the high value man. That's why, because they want the 6 figures, 6-pack, 6 feet tall, 6 inches and more. They want all that. That's why they get
overlooked. By the way.
Okay, so why though, Patrice? Why is that so important?
Again, that is what is being unfortunately is the sway of the day of of the times, with capitalism, with modernization and the mindset of a lot of these women. And that's whether the woman makes six figures or not. She still wants six figures, man. That's whether she makes the six figures or not.
Shout out
right?
to the females, man. Shout out to the females.
So, yeah, and unfortunately, a lot of good men that work hard that may only make 70,000 gets overlooked. Yeah, because a woman a lot of times elates money and finances to power.
Okay.
For the most part, women elate money and finances to power. It's the opposite with men. They all about the looks and the body and all of that for them. For you guys, because you're visual. But for women, for most women, money and finances elates. They like the power in that. That attracts them.
Yeah, but okay, well, I never know to answer that quick. We're gonna go a whole different rabbit hole. All right, so all right, what do you think, Marcus? Why do women overlook hardworking good dudes? Why do they overlook them?
I think it just comes down to I think mediocrity and just living a normal life. I think isn't really highly looked at anymore. So hold on, my dog. I'm sorry.
I see, man. You need to feed your dog, man. Dog telling on you, man.
Yeah, she wants attention. But just to quickly answer, yeah, I think just mediocrity and just being normal and the average, I think is something that people don't want to live up to anymore. They want to go higher than that. They want to live above their means. They want to go and live lavishly and go to expensive restaurants, take a lot of vacations. They see what people are posting, so they want to be like them. They want to sometimes see what the 1%ers are living like. So there's that.
I think you may be onto something, man. I think you may be onto something. All right, let me take a swing at it. So Vaughn says, why is the average hardworking man who is honest, who makes an honest living? Oh boy, that's two strikes right there. Average, hardworking, and makes an honest. That's three strikes, Vaughn. You're out. You're out. Honest, hardworking man, and makes enough to provide for his family is overlooked. Okay, so this is the operative word, enough. He makes enough, right? So most women gonna want you to make vastly more than enough, right? Why? Because they know that they may want to, they may at any time want to enrich the way you're living, right? They may at some point see something on TV. Hey, that's a nice couch. Let's get that couch, right? So they may want to enrich your life at any point, right? So they want you to in most cases, make way more than enough, right? But here's the problem, y'all. Here's the problem where it comes into is when you do that and you do not. And most women that do this, that follow this rule, it's okay if you can follow this rule, but at the same time, you disqualify dudes that's not making enough money. But at the same time, you say, okay, well then I'm going to make sure his character is going to be good. Because if you just get with a dude because he's making all this money, but see, the problem is most of these women that do this, follow that theory, they don't take a look at the dude's character, and all kind of hell breaks loose when you be with somebody. See, a person can go along with your program for a year. They can go along with your program for 2 years, maybe 3, maybe even 5, right? Especially if you have a child with this person, they can hide and go with the program for a while. But at a certain point, the real them is going to come out. And they say, hey, I'm not used to living this lifestyle. I've been going out with athletes, superstars, and stuff like this. I'm not used to just, coming home to this little 2-bedroom house. What's going on here? Are you, what are you going to do about it? Well, I'm going to try to be a supervisor, and then maybe in 10 years, we'll be able to get another house, right? They're like, no, I need it now, right? Perfect example, Tia Mowry. Are you guys familiar with Tia Mowry?
Yeah, the sister, the one from the Real, right?
Sister, right? Tia Mowry left her husband. She left him. It wasn't no serious situation. She just got. She said she graduated. I graduated. This situation ain't for me no more. I've graduated.
Are you
beyond
talking about on the show or in real life?
in real life? She
Okay,
divorced
now,
us.
okay, I know, but I heard some stuff. So
Yeah, but there's always some stuff.
take into consideration
There's
when that
always some stuff.
when that woman met him, when she met him, he was
Uh-huh.
a struggling actor. She actually met him at the bus stop on the way to an audition. He was a struggling actor and she was already established.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And she ended up literally picking him up from the bus stop and dropping him off at the audition. And that's how they kind of start dating and going together, et cetera, et cetera. Now, what happened behind that is I actually heard some, a couple of other rumors about their marriage and him being questionable and, things of that nature as far as his sexual connotation.
Ah. You saying he might have been double dipping?
That was one of the rumors.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, this is why I say
It is
I'll get
Hollywood.
back to that. You had something to say, Marcus?
I said it is Hollywood, so who knows? Nowadays you don't know what's going on behind closed doors.
Yeah.
Exactly. But like I said, though, when she met him, he didn't have nothing. He was a struggling actor now, and she was established and already wealthy. So and that usually doesn't happen, especially in Hollywood, And I guess she wanted to a woman that's already wealthy and established to just start dating a regular smegular. I mean, look what Jennifer Hudson did. Before her career, she went on American Idol and got famous and started making all that money. She was dating a guy that was in a maintenance guy. He was literally a janitor. And she got all that fame, and guess what?
What?
She left him. She's dating Carmen now. She done dated, a bunch of high, the Hollywood guys now, and she's currently dating Carmen, who is a habitual dater and non-committer to a marriage.
Yeah, Carmen's gonna spit her out like a what are those things in the sink with that tear up the food?
Yeah.
Garbage
I know.
disposal. He gonna spit her out like a garbage disposal when he get done with her. But anyway, because he's had a whole bunch of plethora of people that looked like it was gonna go through it, but anyway, I think he likes her because she's from Chicago, right? I think he's got a thing for.
Yeah, they both are. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think he's got a thing for sisters from Chicago or from the hood, so to speak. But anyway, all right,
no, he just got a thing for women. He just got a thing for women. Period.
Well, we all do.
But that's like any straight heterosexual man who, especially, I'm gonna use the word though. Men who have options. I know it's a buzzword.
Y'all don't understand whatever. I mean, just a habitual non-commitment serial dater.
But did she know that when she knew that when she got with him, right? All of these people that got with him.
The guy was with Alicia.
This is the thing.
For God's sake.
This is the thing with a lot of women. Every woman that think that they can snatch the guy that is the most difficult to marry, to get to settle down, they think they different. They think they special.
They think they can change them.
And they're not. They can't change the man. They think because, he with me, he ain't going to be with me like he was with Tiffany Haddish, or he ain't going to be with me like he was with, Erykah Badu.
Right.
And that's the problem with a lot of women. They think that because they got him now, he going to be different. If he's still the same, he's still the same.
All right, y'all. So, but now Jennifer Hudson walked into the situation knowing Common's resume, right? She knew his resume. So, I mean, Common been with Tiffany Haddish. Who else was we with?
Alicia Keys.
Alicia Keys.
Serena. I don't know about Alicia. Serena Williams.
Serena Williams. Okay. I know he was with
Erykah Badu.
Yeah, I definitely remember that one. But he
And
was
he
also with
that journalist lady. What's Angela Rye?
yeah, her. But no, I was thinking about the other chick that was that's a I don't know if she's a senator. She's in the Senate or in the House of Representatives. AOC. I think he
thought
spent a little time with her.
Alexandria Cortez.
I think he spent a little time with her. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I think it's been. But my point is,
Right.
his resume is clear. You better not go there looking for getting. Don't expect to get your name put on the mailbox. In other words, right? So you know what I mean. So his resume is pretty clear. But she went into it she's going into it. Now, did she investigate? She probably thought to herself, man, Common's a cool dude, man. I ain't never seen I never heard nothing faulty about him. He's a good dude. Well, some of us are smooth enough to keep our craziness behind closed doors, right? we all trying to work on everything, right? But some of us, so that don't mean the dude don't have no craziness because you ain't heard nothing in the street. You still got to investigate the guy's character, and then you see his resume, you say to yourself, maybe maybe I probably won't get my name on the mailbox. Nobody else ever had their name on this mailbox. Maybe I'll never get my name on this mailbox. Just saying, right? Probably won't be no his and hers towels in the shower, right? But if you go in knowing that, hey, you go in knowing that. But
look, Common, the last girlfriend prior to Jennifer was Tiffany Haddish. And look at the way he broke up with her. He broke up with her and announced it publicly, and Tiffany Haddish didn't even know he had broke up with her.
She is a Looney Tune. I don't even know what he saw in her, but I think he just got a thing for Sisters from the Hood. But man, he just I never knew what he saw in her because she never appeared to be like she was a good person. Yeah, she was cute and everything, but she just didn't appear to be a good person to me. And I never saw what he kind of saw in her, and I felt like at some point that thing was going to fall apart anyway, because she just never appeared like she was a good person to me, like somebody, you know what I mean, like somebody you would want to be around and hang and spend a lot of your time with. She didn't seem like that kind of a person at all to me.
Well, they was together doing COVID, and they spent a lot of time quarantined.
What it was, COVID. That's what got them together, the COVID. And if it wasn't for the COVID, I don't think he would have spent as much time with her. I really don't, because she is not, you know.
I think it's probably one of those things of like celebrities like getting pushed to get together sometimes. Like it's like for the cameras, for like clout, stuff like that. It's like a status thing, you know, like relevancy.
I think in her situation, who else was going to do it? Who else was going to step in that gap? I don't think anybody. I think everybody else has enough. I mean, they like her. She's funny, but
I think Common is just a serial dater. And when it comes to the women probably wanting him to get more serious, then he runs. That's what I think.
I
don't think he's ready to, like, he's not that commitment guy. I mean, because look at.
He's not, but I don't think
you know what I mean? Because all of his relationships to me have looked just kind of superficial. They really haven't looked like to be in depth. Because I remember when he was dating Serena, her mindset was always to settle down, and she said she wanted to get married and have kids, you know, when she was getting closer and closer to retire from tennis. So when he was with her, he just, to me, he just, all his Hollywood relationships have been kind of superficial to me. It just, in my humble opinion.
Well, in my opinion, most men, if they, you know, they're dating you for a reason. Women don't see it this way, but this is how men look at it. Dating is the probationary period that they're giving you. Right? To try to see if you got everything, you're gonna do everything you're supposed to do, or you got the kind of same. We got the same kind of
that 90-day probation period at a job.
It's a probationary period, right? And they're giving you this probationary period to see if you're going to. You may not now live up to these expectations, but if you have the interest in trying to get there, then that's what they're trying to do. And if they see a crack in that armor, that's when the thing usually falls apart. That's especially as the man gets older.
Sister Annie, to answer your question, Common has said that he would like to one day be married. And I just cannot believe that all the women he have dated is not marriage material. I don't know.
Because you're not dating out there dating women. That's because you're not out there dating women, Patrice.
I think
No, I'm looking at the plethora of women he's dated, and I don't know, at some point, he's the common denominator, I believe. I'm just saying.
no pun intended.
Now, I agree with you with that. He is the common denominator, and he's deciding that, hey, these people are not at the level that I need them to be at so that I could move forward. I would definitely say he is the common denominator. But I know you as a woman, you can't believe, man, I can't believe he's all these women and none of them
I think
marry them. Yes, something going on somewhere, and
yeah,
and maybe he got his own issues. Maybe that's it. Maybe he got some issues that he ain't even addressed. So
That part.
that part too. But definitely, oh, go ahead, Marcus.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. You want to finish first? My bad.
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'm just arguing with Patrice. I'm gonna always do that. So go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just think that, two things can be right. I think everybody runs their race a little different. Some want to sprint, someone walk, some want to jog. I think for him, yeah, I mean, I get it. I know he said that before, OG. I just, like he said, he wants to get married one day. I just don't think it's anytime soon.
Exactly. He been saying one day on every interview he do.
But that doesn't mean he actually doesn't want to experience it. Yeah, but at the same time, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying he doesn't want to experience it though. He probably does actually want to experience it, but maybe later, when he actually maybe, I don't know, finishes his race. But like, I don't know.
No, I think it's kind of top out. Common is almost, if he not 50 yet, he almost 50. Like, dude, at what point as a man are you gonna be ready to settle down? Are you gonna wait till, again, I keep saying this.
But OG, like, there's people like older couples that get married when they're old though, just to be fair.
Yes.
Yeah, I know, but like, I get you, but I'm just saying, I'm sorry. I think at some point there'd be a cop out a lot of times with these men, especially
51.
Oh, see what I'm saying? Listen, to me, that kind of be a cop out with a lot of these men because they still out here want to test as many waters as they can.
Yeah, what's the problem with that?
Okay, that's that's problematic. That's problematic.
What women want to do the same thing. Look at that. Look at Erykah Badu. Look at what's her name that just went to jail for tax evasion?
Went to jail.
Girl from the Fugees.
Tax evasion?
Oh, Lauryn Hill.
Lauryn Hill.
But Lauryn Hill was married to Bob Marley's grandson. What are you talking about?
But she
was married.
She was married, but I'm just saying she was out there with a lot of different dudes, right? She was with Wyclef. She was with the other brother. She was doing a lot of different stuff.
What other brother?
The other brother in the Fugees.
I don't know about Pras. I know now listen, she had an affair with Wyclef because he was married. Y'all don't know that, but Wyclef was married. But I don't think she was with Pras like that. I don't know. But
well, that's what they said.
It's a difference than being with one or two men and then marrying them. Because her dream, she actually I think it was Bob Marley's, one of his sons, maybe not the grandson. I forget. Which one did she marry, a son or a grandson?
It wasn't Ziggy, was it?
No, it wasn't Ziggy. I think it might have been a grandson. But it might have been a grandson. But anyway, and she had always had a crush on the grandson or whatever it was.
She was just
but she wasn't out here like with a lot of guys though. And I get it. It's different for men and women. That's the double standard and all of that. I understand that. But we talking about Common that went through a plethora of women in Hollywood. And it's no different than when he was in the hood in Chicago. He used to date and be over one of my girlfriend's house all the time. He was messing around with one of her girlfriends. So he was just that guy. And I get it, but he's 51 now. So this is what I'm saying about a lot of those guys. And I don't think it changed because he's in Hollywood. I think it's a mentality thing. I think that he wants to go through as many women as he can. That's what I think.
You might be right on that one. You might be right on that one. Let's bring Jay and then Vaughn into the conversation. Jay, what you got, man?
I got no horse in this race. From the way y'all speaking, from trust me, from the way y'all aliens speak to me, yeah. No offense to you, OG, or anybody when I say that. I'm talking about this generation. I'm sorry, y'all a bunch of aliens to me. This ain't the culture I ain't grew up around. This is we on his channel, so we can't say this. It's a bunch of BS. So I'm sorry. Like I said, it's not changing. It's going to be what it is until I told you. I said we do two things that happen. And I'm answering question. I actually want to answer brother Vaughn Bryant, aka Morgan Freeman's brother. This question. I hear that. Why is it? Yeah, I know he can hear me too. Why is it that the average hardworking man who makes an honest living and makes enough to provide for one family's often overlooked? Very very simple, Mr. Vaughn Bryant. Nobody holds those values anymore with this time and generation. Your generation, trust me, I would have loved to be in your generation if I can get a lady. Trust me, I wouldn't have to. Hey, listen, maybe she can stop me from going to Japan, but that was gonna happen regardless because I wanted to be a teacher over there. But the thing is, no one sees that framework anymore. It's a listen to some of us old school kids from what you guys have taught us and maybe we lived through. But the thing is, nobody wants to commit to that anymore. And women now who are coming up, they can, they can choose too. But the difference is they don't look for those qualities anymore. They want. I'm gonna say it, brother Clarence. God, what word can I not use?
No, you can use whatever word.
I'm not gonna go like.
I just be getting on you guys on the Sunday show because a lot of kids.
We're not supposed to. It's Sunday. It's church day.
Yeah. Or people listening while they washing dishes and everything. So I try to get you guys.
I got you. But honestly, you want you want bad boys, you want F boys. Listen, you're gonna get what you ask for. And once you've tethered yourself to that, it's gonna be extremely difficult to get yourself away from that. I can promise you that. Because people may not agree with me, but I think once you're tainted, unless you're not putting in the effort to make yourself untainted, you will stay that way. And like I said, that framework, that mindset that we all grew up, that this generation has grown up in doesn't have that anymore. They don't have the thought process that my father, and I guess a couple of us 30-year-old cats still have of we see that. I'll say this, even a woman who I'd marry a woman who had her own garden business. That wouldn't, like I said, as long as her character is all there on top of that's not a problem for me. That's what I'm looking for. First of all, it ain't that big a deal to me. This is a big deal for everybody. Nah, fuck F that, man. You gotta make more. I gotta be able to squeeze the life out of this motherfucker. I'm like, yeah, that's a leech.
Okay, Jay.
Ain't that right, Marcus?
Let me ask you a question,
yes.
Jay, before you get on the roll. All right.
OG laughing, but it's the truth though.
You have a daughter, right? You have a daughter. Let's say you this imaginary daughter that you have. Okay.
My daughter.
One day she walks in the house and say, Daddy, my man is out in the car. He's coming. I've been seeing this guy, and I want to bring him in and meet the family. And she brings the guy in, right? The guy sits down at the table, and you say, so what are you doing for yourself, young man? Nothing. What do you want to be? I mean, what are you striving to do with your life? I'm just trying to smoke my weed, man. I'm just trying to smoke this weed. You know. I mean, actually, Mr. J, do you know where there's a good weed man around here? Because I need some better weed than what I'm getting. Right?
Okay, and brother Clance, let me follow up on you on this point. And here's what I'm gonna do, because we're gonna continue that conversation you just said.
Okay.
I'll take him outside. I'm gonna say I got one. I'm gonna Follow me. I'm gonna grab
What
this boy
you
by
say,
his,
Jay?
I'm gonna grab that boy by his shirt, and I'm gonna literally tell him, "Get your ass away from my fucking daughter. Get the hell away
Going
from
on
here.
private,
You
by the
my
way.
daughter again, boy. It's on site."
Wait a
Get out.
minute. Wait, I thought money wasn't an issue, Jay. I thought we was leeching if we was about money. What's going on?
No. See, here's the difference of
Oh,
what I
please
said.
explain it
No,
to us.
brother. Here's the difference of what I said. I
Okay.
said he has to have like everything that Brother Vaughn wrote down. He has to have all that. The difference is if he has no character to him, then by all means, you can skip that motherfucker.
So
Now,
if he has character and he's broke, that's cool.
No. If he has that and the character, if he has the money, like I said, if he has the money, the character, and also a hardworking man, that's what you should go for. If he has nothing going for himself, then get the fuck away from my daughter. Boy, I would injure
Agreed
you.
on that.
What about
Agreed
the
on that.
potential guy? What about the potential guy? You see the potential. What about that?
The thing is, I think he has to already have OG. The thing is, that's 50-50. That's playing with fire. Here's my thing when I say that. The same would be said true of me if I was trying to marry someone's daughter. My stuff has to be set and already done. If, like, for example, let's say I had one main job to make a lot of money, but I have a second job with the potential of making more. The difference is that's a little bit different. Want to know why? One, you already have something that's making money for you that's your main, and also, but the thing is, you're trying to open a potential second job. So it's not like if that woman picks him, she can't go wrong because the potential is there for him to open another business. He just needs to use the main job to get more money to get that going. If he does that,
Basically needs like a kickstart.
yeah, exactly. Basically, he kicks that. I like how you said that. But the thing is, she's still in good hands because he has everything that he needs. Now, once the business, I'll say this, he might not marry her off rip, but once the second part of this goes well, he could literally tie the knot and be like, I've got everything I've got going for me, babe. I just wanted to make sure we tie that up before anything else. Now we can get married. Because I actually know a cat that did that, which is really crazy because it actually worked out for him. I don't know many scenarios where the business actually kicks off and it works. And his brother's had his business for like 4 years now. It's gonna be fifth by the end of this year.
Okay, good for him.
So because he told me that scenario of how him and this lady met, and it was when he was getting out not getting out of a bad situation, is when he was having a main job and he was trying to build his own business off the main job, which he did do, and like I said, it's prosperous. And she saw she didn't see the potential. She saw the work that he was putting in, and they didn't get married until after they got married last year, and the best thing about her, she's a bank teller, but he still makes more than her. So she's fine. She's fine with him because he makes more than her, and also he also shows his hardworking side of her almost every day. There's not a day where she says like where she ever complains about him or whatever. Like he gets work done. I do. I take care of our financial assets of the family. Like I said, like they have like a system that they have that works. And yes, and by the way, they're both black, so that's a W for black people right there. If y'all don't know that, so I'm just letting y'all know. So yeah, don't shake your head. That's a good thing.
I didn't shake my head.
You was doing this.
No, brother. I didn't shake my head at all. It's very common. It's a very common. It's a very common situation, black or white or whatever color they are, for a woman to be with a guy that's making more money. That's a very common situation. So I didn't see it as outrageous.
I got you, bro. I'm teasing you, brother.
But anyway,
that should be a W for us. Y'all talking about black love,
should be.
right?
It should be.
W right there.
But Jay, I want to get Vaughn in here too, because I want to see what Vaughn has to say about
the man of the hour with the question.
Morgan Freeman's brother.
Vaughn, are you there?
What's up, Brother Vaughn?
Yes, sir. What's going on, everybody?
What up, Brother
Peace,
Freeman?
What's up, bro?
blessings, longevity, all of those good things. How's everybody doing?
So
doing
far, so
fine.
good, brother.
Good, man. How are you doing?
We waiting on pins and needles, man, to find out what you got to say.
Well, I have a few things to say about this topic right here.
Please indulge us.
And I like how you put it in the thumbnail when you said, should black women settle for love instead of money? Well, now let's be realistic. You know, love doesn't buy toilet paper.
Yes, no,
See
you're
what I'm
right.
saying?
You're right about
You can't
that.
buy toilet paper with love. You can't buy rice, beans. You see what I'm saying? All of those necessity things that's necessary to run a household. Love just doesn't buy all of that. You see what I'm saying?
Wait, we can't live off of love alone? What?
Well, you know, listen. Well, now
No,
love,
brother Vaughn. Hey, them fresh leaves, Vaughn. Them fresh green leaves, they can help. They can help.
But I will say this: love is a glue. It is the glue. You know, it gives the relationship that stick-to-itiveness. You know, where we can stick together. You see what I'm saying? But that's not all that's needed. You see what I mean?
Agreed.
You know, and listen, I don't want to be viewed as just somebody's meal ticket. You see what I'm saying? You know, if my value and worth to you is only monetary, then I have a problem with you first off. You see what I'm saying?
Wait
but
a minute,
I do understand.
Vaughn, excuse me. Let me interrupt you real quick. So you have a problem, because I want to make this clear. I want you to give me a clear answer. So if I'm talking about this girl is fine, you know, whatever that means for you, fine, right? You still gonna and she want to be with you, but she's kind of like what they're saying about Marjorie Harvey, right? When you're doing good, I'll be back, right? You can call me when you got this money right, right? So even if she's fine, you're still gonna be looking at her, checking her character. Come on, Vaughn.
Well, listen. Let me be very honest about that. You know, that would make the situation a little more challenging. You see what I'm saying? But nevertheless, listen to this. Nah, because see, beauty is only skin deep, but ugly gets all the way down into the bone and into the marrow of a person. You see what I'm saying? And you could have everything it takes to attract the eye.
Yeah.
See, but that's not what's going to cause me to stay there. You see what I'm saying? Because you can be beautiful on the inside and just ugly and full of smut on the inside. So, you know, you just have to pick and choose, you know. But I do understand that money is a great aspect of, you know, relationships. I mean, you know, brother, you got to bring something to the table now. You know, if not just the table, but you got to bring something to the table. You know, so I always suggest to our younger people to, you know, prepare yourself for relationships and marriage. Prepare yourself, you know, make sure you're established. You see what I'm saying? Before you take on these responsibilities. You know what I'm saying? You may not have a mansion and a yacht, and you don't necessarily have to change your name to Elmer Fudd. But one thing I do know is that when you have what it takes, if that's a good woman, she should see those qualities in you. Now listen, without a doubt, you have some women who, hey, they want you to already have the million. They want you to already have that in place.
There you go.
Because they want instant gratification. We want you to already come with it. You see, but then you have those who sees a man who has a vision. And even though he has what it takes, he hasn't made his million yet, but he has a vision. You see what I'm saying? I hope I'm not talking too loud, but I feel passionate about it.
No, man, you good. Go ahead.
You know, but yeah, you know, so, you know, you don't have to make six figures in order to sustain a family and to take good care of a woman. You see, I didn't make nearly that amount. And I was able to keep my wife and raise a child. You know, so I'm not saying that the women shouldn't have expectations, because if I had a daughter, I would teach her, this is what you should expect from a man. You see what I'm saying? But let's not be crass. You know, let's not just be, you know, be money wanting all the time. It's more to, listen, you get these six-figured men, or you call them these high-valued men, but they have absolutely no values. Do you see what I'm saying?
No value men?
Yeah, listen, they go upside your head. They call you the B word. See, they got a side chick because they have options. Remember, that's a good talking point. They got options, right? And so your worth is just minuscule to them because of their status. See what I'm saying? Be careful who you pick and choose. I'll land right there.
All right, Vaughn. All right, so y'all, why aren't the men overlooked? We got a lot of different feelings on that, and so we're gonna come back to that. We're gonna come back to that. Okay, right now, what I want to do is I want to finish with Boyce. I want to finish Boyce because Boyce has some interesting comments about what Tyler Perry said. Right? Should women settle? In particular, black women, should they settle? Right? Because the numbers, I think, if you take men and women, women outnumber men just in the general population. But I think if you go into the black community, single women outnumber single men enormously, right? So how are we going to deal with that, right? Remember, you guys asked a question a couple weeks ago: can the poly lifestyle help, right? Well, I mean, that it's a possible way to go, right? It's possible. Now, it depends on your upbringing and your feelings on that lifestyle, but I mean, it's an option because there's just not enough men to go around now. Or you can take Princella's route. Hey, lesbianism is the answer to everything, right? So there's lesbianism, right?
Wait a minute. Does she really say lesbianism is the answer to everything?
No, she doesn't say those words, Patrice.
Okay,
It's hidden in her message. I mean, if you say men are incapable of love, and you say men are the worst creatures walking on the earth, and you should leave men and don't spend none of your free time with no man ever again. I mean, what is that? You're not saying lesbianism, but I mean that's basically.
Now, are you taking? Wait a minute. Are you taking a snippet of her comments again? I have to question.
No. Go listen to her for yourself. These are things that she has said repeatedly, but I'm not. But it's not me just kind of cut her up. No, I've listened to her. Because I'm like you, Patrice. I don't want to be putting something on somebody that they didn't earn. I don't want to put something on your jacket that you didn't earn. So I try to listen to it and get as much context of what they're saying. I say maybe they're saying this out of context and stuff. No, I've heard her repeatedly say these things on many occasions. But yeah, hey y'all, don't take my word for it. Go listen to her for yourself and see if she says anything like remotely close to what I'm saying. Of course, but the thing is that is in her mind that is the best option for most of these women out here.
That's the best, highest possible
jump into lesbian camp. And that's the problem I always had with her, is not the fact of the lesbianism in itself. If you want to push lesbianism, this is America. You got a right to push whatever you want to push.
Wait, is she a lesbian?
Huh?
Is she a lesbian?
She's a double dipper. She's got a son. She got a son out there. So I'll be interested in all of this man stuff she says. I'll be interested when she makes a video about her own son.
Did she real quick, Rosie, did she also talk about not just the positives of the so-called lesbianism, but also the negatives as well?
She talks about the positives, and I don't know about she talks about the negatives, but I haven't heard her say anything negative about it.
I'm only saying that because then if she wants to go and push that narrative or that solution base, then she also has to be honest with her audience and say, hey, you can do this, but guess what? What comes with this is, by definition, the highest statistical category of domestic violence cases and issue reports is within lesbian couples.
I don't think that's on the flyer, Marcus. I think
I get you, the propaganda. Yeah, I got you.
Right. I think the only thing that she's really pushing is, hey man, get away from the men, right?
She basically wanted to make sure she puts her own pamphlet out there.
Yeah. And so I have no, I'm not totally against. I mean, I would never push somebody into the lesbian camp, but if she wants to do it, that's fine. My problem with her is the way she's pushing people into the lesbian camp is built on a lot of lies. Like one of her main focuses is men do not, and it's not limited to black men. She says men do not are incapable of love. That is off the reservation for me. I know Vaughn. I know Rico. I mean, most of you guys up here, that doesn't compute right there, right? Because we love our family,
Absolutely
right?
not.
We love the people in our family, right? So we love our YouTube family. We love a lot of
Maybe she's speaking of the narcissistic men that are incapable of.
then that and I give her that,
So
Patrice.
she's taking a
if
shot
she
at
would
comments.
say it,
She's taking a
if
shot at
she would say
comments.
it, but she makes it clear I'm not making no distinctions from no man.
Yeah.
They ain't no good ones, right? I don't care which man you find.
Literally say, ain't no man any good, like no man.
And that's her position. Yes. That's my understanding of her position. If you
Yeah,
can go and
yeah.
see and find something different, then now what I would do, don't talk to nobody. Don't go and ask like We On Lock because he likes her and the other people that like her. And shout out to We On Lock, by the way. But other people that rock with her, no, go listen for yourself. Go listen for yourself and see if is Brosi, is he off? Is he not getting it right? And then maybe you could say, hey, Clarence, you maybe you didn't hear. This is the context, because I never heard a context that I heard people explicitly ask her, but ain't some of them? No, ain't none of them good. Not one of them.
Hey, bro, see, you think she watches that Will Smith tape where he starts crying? Because that when I see tears like that, that's usually because a man loves really hard.
I just think that this is the thing. Her, myself, Cynthia G, all of us, we want to see this thing change with all this violence against women. We want all that we all want that to change. And I think that's the place where they're coming from. So they're actually coming from a good place. The problem is they are twisted in my opinion. This is my opinion. I know some of y'all might rock with them, but in my opinion, they twisted on the solution part of it. The solution part of it is based in, especially in Priscilla's case, is based in a lot of lies, right? Men don't love, men are incapable of love. I mean, come on, we all know men that loved that love people, right? So I mean that just that part in itself. But if you dig deeper, you'll find other stuff, other propaganda.
What age category is she in? Is she in her 30s, 20s, 40s?
I would say she was in her probably early 40s, late 30s, maybe.
So she's a Generation X, probably.
Yeah, she's been through a lot. Now I'm gonna give her credit. She's been through a lot. She's been through a lot, and that has shaped her position. Just like Cynthia G, they've been through a lot that shaped their position, and I'm okay with that as long as you're telling the truth. Like Marcus said, hey, okay. You telling me all the good stuff on the flyer, all the benefits to the lesbian camp. Okay, that's cool. But also you need to tell me all of the other stuff that goes with it, right? Because that way I can make my decision if I want to be in a lesbian camp or not, right? I can make an educated decision. But if you just telling me, oh man, it's, butterflies and rainbows all day long. And then when I get over here, that's when I find out, oop, but it's too late. You already caught, right? It's like all these women were polite, right? Oh man, everything's great. We live in a big house out here in Hollywood. Hooray for Hollywood, right? Everything's great. It's rosy. And then
everything's great until it ain't great no more, right?
It ain't great no more. That's the point.
And it's just like every employee at a job is a happy employee until you fire them. Then they disgruntled. They're gonna trick about everybody, what everybody doing, and who stole what. And again, I don't know her perspective. I have never watched her content, but I'm a little curious now. But I would like to check out a whole show because I don't want to take a snippet. And that's what happens a lot on these platforms is you take a snippet of something somebody say and it gets taken out.
If you can make it through a whole show. If you can make it
through I think you should. I think you should, Patrice. I think you should go and watch a whole one of her live streams.
I couldn't make it through a whole thing of listening. I just couldn't do it.
It might be a little tough to go through.
I couldn't listen to a whole 2 or 3 hours of that rhetoric. It just
dang, rhetoric.
I don't have time for that. Yeah,
Vaughn, you poisoning the well. Let her go over there and find out for herself. Let her go over there.
No. By all means, do you?
Yeah,
but I'm just saying, if you were to ask me,
Demetrius said she called herself a pimp. She called herself a pimp, you guys?
Yeah. Yeah. She said there's only 3 people in the world. Pimp, hoe, and trick.
What?
This is what she said. She said either a pimp, you either a hoe, or you either a trick.
That's a triangle right there. A triangle.
Oh yeah, that's her triangle, huh?
That's
You know
triangulation.
what? Listen, you know, she's
That's a
definitely
triangulation.
yeah,
I don't
she's
know. I might have to
definitely
listen to her because she might be a female narc.
well, listen, let me just say this real quick. You know, she's definitely, in my opinion, you know, the newest of the newest Pied Pipers in these YouTube streets. You see what I'm saying? Because she uses the truth now. Watch it. And she used factual statements. I mean, literal factual statements. That's how the devil pulls you in.
Yeah, that's how good charlatans do.
He'll give you a snippet of the truth, right? But then his trick is to taint it with a little bit of lies.
Well, they'll sprinkle a little bit of truth and wrap it up in a whole lot of lies.
Let me tell you something about the truth, though. You know, if you mix it with 1.10% of whatever it is that's a lie, that truth is not the truth anymore. It's not unadulterated truth because now it is saturated with the lie. And that's how she pulls these women in. You see what I'm saying? Because, you know, a lot of the women don't like the men anyway. You know,
that's my opinion.
And you know, Miss Andrea, with all that stuff going on.
Is she like Cynthia G 2.0?
I think, yeah. I think Cynthia G is a little more to the extreme.
I think she's like the wolf in Little Red Riding Hood.
I think she's a little less extreme than Cynthia G.
That's my opinion.
Okay, but
I'm gonna try to listen to one of her panels or something.
Go ahead, OG Patrice. Go ahead. Get that THP program right there.
I've been hearing a lot about her, so I'm about to check her out. Does she invite people on her panel?
Hex to the no. Well, if you ain't got the subs, if you got the kind of subs she wants, yes. But you'll never get invited up there.
She don't have panel discussions and invite people up to have conversations.
She's a lecturer. She just lectures everybody.
Okay.
She's the leader of this movement.
So she only want to be listened to. She don't actually want to have a conversation back and forth. Gotcha.
Exactly. Unless you are an expert in some type of field that promotes the rhetoric that she's saying, and you will come on the stage and attaboy everything she's saying, then she'll bring you on. Like she got this white boy that she brings on, and he attaboys everything she says. Okay.
Oh, kind of yes men and women, huh?
Yes.
Gotcha. So she has an angle, like a lot of them do. You know, unfortunately, the most successful ones that have platforms have them type of angles like that. So,
well,
wait a minute. So wait a minute. So there's a young cat who's part of the THP program right now.
Okay. THP. What's THP? What's that?
Well, like you said earlier, what was it? The T, the H, the P, the trick, the hoe, the pimp.
Oh yeah.
He's part of the THP program now.
According to her, we all are. According to her, everybody on this planet is on that program.
So we either been pimped, we either the trick, or we either the hoe.
Correct.
We want them like everybody.
That's what she said. And this is what she said. Okay. Those are her words. All right, but before we go on, y'all, we got to bring Big Riggs into this thing before I start playing voice. And because we got it, man, we took too much time talking about Priscilla. Anyway,
I'm gonna be kind of brief.
Okay.
Just to speak on Princella real quick.
Okay.
For OG Patrice, because I did go ahead and watch about a good 2.5 or so hours of her stream, and I first seen her in the conscious community. And she started kind of doing that.
Red flag. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Jeez.
Go ahead, Big.
I started seeing her over there, and then I seen her on the mothership. And then that made me go ahead and check her out on one of her lives because I just seen how she conducted herself on there, because she did have them, you know what I'm saying, on their heels, you know what I'm saying? I can't say that on some of her points. But then some of it was just kind of, you know, it's just out there. But what I noticed about her is, yeah, she is, with the whole lesbian thing. She's really open about it. The women that call in, you'll see a lot of flirting over the air. It's hella apparent. Like you'll just see the women, flirting with her. You know what I'm saying? They change their voice up. They talk real sweet. You know what I mean? Because she's more of a dominant figure. And when she was on Lapeef, what caught my ear is on Lapeef, they charge to read your shit. So her people that came in, they were just spending like $1.99 and stuff like that. And that one cat, Sweeney, made a comment like, "Hey man, why your people spending so cheap?" And she was like, "Oh, because when I'm on stream, they spend with me." So she was showing all the kind of characteristics of on some pimp type shit, you know what I mean? And the women that was like in the comments, it seemed like there were ones, like Bro Clarence said, probably been through the ringer, you know what I'm saying, with some men or whatnot, bad choices and whatever. And she kind of prays on that, you know what I'm saying? And she does say that, kind of like leave the man alone, you know what I'm saying? Stop getting hurt. Not necessarily saying, hey, come over here to this side, but ain't nothing wrong if you want to try it. You know what I'm saying? Like she really puts that out there. And it just really kind of weirded me out because her whole stream was really just strong like that. You know what I'm saying? And there was nothing but women in the comment section, and the money that was coming in was crazy. You know what I'm saying? And she don't have anybody come on panel, but she will have a phone conversation. So like she'll go ahead and she will call up somebody or whatnot, and have a phone conversation. But I haven't seen her on the stream that I seen in certain shorts she's had seen anybody really on a panel with her. You know what I'm saying? But she'll jump on a panel with certain people until it starts getting a little rocky.
So she basically folds when there's pushback.
She's definitely with the lesbian thing, you know what I'm saying? She's with that movement. She even said it on Lapeef. She said she can make women feel good. The only thing she can't do is get them pregnant. I mean, she's really open with it. You know what I'm saying? You just got to catch what she's saying. And just when you see her interaction, with her subscribers, you know what I'm saying? It's off the hook. And most people have a subscriber mode for you to comment. Well, with hers, it was that one to where you gotta pay. You know what I'm saying? It was member, so you gotta have like a certain payment. You know what I mean? And then you can make a comment. You know what I'm saying?
Sounds like somebody we know.
So it was just,
a great attorney we know.
And she's really kind of putting out there a message to basically, leave the man alone. You know what I'm saying? There's no reason to worry about the man. And I don't think that's, even though you have these men that be talking that crazy shit, I don't think it's good, for somebody to just say, hey, just leave women alone. You know what I'm saying? Or some shit like that. That'd just be crazy to me. And she's put that out there.
Well, let me ask y'all this. Because now I think all of us are pretty familiar with at least a little bit of her message, right? How many of y'all have any of y'all heard her say that? What did she say? Oh, she said that women should start charging for their time when they go on dates with men. Did y'all hear her say that?
I did not hear that, but I would not put it past.
I heard something like that in the internet sphere or Twitter sphere, something like that. But I didn't know who it was coming from.
But what does that sound like? That sounds like some pimp game, right?
Yeah, I was going to say that. That sounds like a reverse mentality. Yeah.
And she'll openly say, that's what some people call me, some women, whoopty whoop. But when you hear how she talks and everything, it's just like, wow. Okay, I got you. You know what I'm saying?
But she considers herself a pimp, right?
I think she don't use that word, but definitely
she considers herself on the top, and you got to be like very, very on point to match her level. Basically, that's how she puts it.
Yeah, because when I think of the word pimp, I think of an individual who exploits other people to make his or her financial gain.
Uh-huh.
You see what I'm saying? So I don't understand why you're bragging about being a pimp.
Well, it looks like she's doing this on these YouTube streets, like a lot of
and I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt that she is. I'm just saying, what a disgusting characteristic. You see?
Yeah.
But that's my opinion.
Well, if that's her angle, I mean, she ain't the only pimp in these YouTube streets. It's a lot of people getting pimped.
Yeah, you know what? I agree. I agree, Patrice.
I think it's she has started out just like Polite. Polite started out, oh man, we're gonna make Black people be more unified, and they're gonna be able to get out of poverty, and we got this plan to help you get out of poverty and be able to do better things with your money, and you won't be living in these rat holes. So, and they all start with a good game. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, thank you, sir. All right, so they all start with a good game, right? They start with a good game, and then at a certain point, the game flips, right? She started with a good game. Hey, Black women are getting pummeled in domestic violence, right? That was her talking point. That was, who could argue with that, right? Who could come and say you're wrong, Princella? That doesn't make sense. Right?
Yeah, those are facts.
Yeah, that's a fact. So who could argue with that? Now, where it got twisted, like Cynthia G, she came with facts. Black men are stacking bodies with Black women. That's a fact. We can't argue with that. Okay, now here's where the twist came with the solution. Okay, the solution is to just divest to the white community, right? Or the solution in Princella's case, the solution is just to divest to, not divest, but just go over to the lesbian community. Just go over to the lesbian community. That's the answer. And in my opinion, neither one of those two solutions are going to have a good long-term effect. It's not, because you're not addressing the real issue, which is kind of like what we're talking about today. Instead of looking at the physique or the sexual prowess of the person or the money, you need to put most of the emphasis on the character of the person. Because if you hang out with bad character people, even bad character people got money. It ain't hard to get money. All you got to do is follow a simple system, right? Whatever system you find.
They can also rub off on you too.
Huh?
The hanging out with people like that, it could sometimes tend to rub off on you, and you become what they are.
Yeah, but I mean, most of these women are having issues. Most of the time, it's with men they selected to be with. Right.
But wait a minute, Brother Clarence, these lesbianism or lesbians rather, they have a high volume of violence among themselves as well. So you see what I'm saying? Even though you think that the grass may be greener, or the bush, whatever you want to call it, on the other side. But you got to be careful because see, they have high numbers of violence among themselves. And I'm talking about the lesbian community.
Agreed. But I don't think Princella's putting that on the flyer, Vaughn.
Well, of course she's not. She's going to glorify. You see what I'm saying? As long as she can pull you away from the standard, or the will, you see what I'm saying? Or the constructs that God set for us, then, hey, she's done her job. And that's exactly what she's doing. I wouldn't trust anybody I wouldn't trust anyone that is suggesting to me to do something that's outside the will of God. I don't trust that. I don't trust that advice. You see what I'm saying? I have to line up what you say with the word. Now that's just me.
Right. Well, but a lot of our people, man, they never heard the word. Nobody will come to them. People it's like, because we got people that come on YouTube, right? They say, like, I was on a panel the other day, right? And people told me, why would you want to even talk to this person? Why would you even want to talk? And say, so we got people that would just say, hey, you ain't even worth opening this book and talking to. You ain't even worth it. And I tried to tell them on that panel, I said, hey man, that's above my pay grade to decide who's worthy of hearing the word. Now, whether they do it or not, that's on them. But which one of us can choose who's worthy, who can decide who's worthy of hearing this word? If they even have an inkling to hear it, or if you see they need it, why wouldn't you give it to them, right? Why Jesus said, what man having a light would hide it under a bushel barrel, right? Why you see that the people need the light, why would you hide the light from them so they can just walk and fall off the cliff, right? Mm-hmm. So my point with that was a lot of our people, man, because a lot of people that do have this information about the word, they won't share it because they deem this person unworthy of hearing that word, right? Back in the day, our people, you know, we talked about the Lord, right? In whatever capacity, at the church, at the temple, at the mosque, whatever. We went out and talked to people. In today's world, no, we don't do it as much, right? Because the people have a thinking process, because so many charlatans have come out that the people have a certain vision of it's in particular Christianity, but just religion in particular, right? But my point is this: a lot of people don't know the word, so it's hard to say to you, "Hey, look, you should judge this on what you know on the word." They be like, "What word? What you talking about?"
Right.
So a lot of them just don't know, Vaughn. How do we fix that problem, right?
Yeah, you make a good point. The only thing I can do is just share the word when I can. But God is going to open up a door or a space for everybody that's on this terra firma to hear the truth. It's all about what you do with that truth that you hear. See what I'm saying? You see, now you can reject truth, or you see what I'm saying? Absorb it.
Here's the thing about even in the religious sector, well, no matter what religious sector it is, it's people that know the word, but they take the word and they use it and twist it to fit their narrative. See,
exactly.
That's the problem.
That's a major problem. That's a major problem.
They want to make it fit their narrative, right? Because we know what, if you really want to be real, what it says about that lifestyle, right?
Okay, come with it, Patrice. Come along with that. Go ahead.
But you got people that don't want to face that part, right? So they will take that and spin it and use it as to the God, as to fit their narrative based off of the lifestyle they want to live. But they know what it really says. So again, that's why I say, that's when the hypocrisy comes in with people like that. Do not see that's religious abuse. And it's so funny because you got people that's so religious are the main abusers.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
You gotta know what you're talking about, so you
that's
can
100 right there. What you just said.
That's hypocrisy.
That's the truth. You see,
right,
that's why you have to listen. That's why you have to rightfully divide the truth and the word of God. You see what I'm saying? That part right there. And that's what we're not doing.
I wish I had like an hour to let you expound on that, Vaughn, but
yeah, I know. I'm gonna be quiet. Listen, I digress.
No. I gotta keep. I want to bring Big H in.
I don't get to be on the panel with my brother a lot.
Well, we gonna try to work. We can try to work something out, man. We try to work something out. But I want to bring in DH. DH maybe got something to say.
It's Dimitri. How y'all doing?
What's going on, big brother?
Hey, Dimitri.
Hey y'all. Good evening. So from what I hear, y'all talking about the Princella situation. She's the topic of conversation. Let me just say this as an opener. I worry about the audience sometimes, because if you actually sit and flesh out these ideas that she presents, it doesn't take too much to actually cut them down, if you understand what I'm saying.
Agreed.
And it's not even, and I have to check myself sometimes, because I have been introduced to the ideology that most people aren't smart. But I don't even think it's that. I think in this case, just they're not paying attention.
Agreed.
This lady literally on a interview, I can't remember who it was with, but she called herself a pimp. Number two, she was on an interview with that lady Tanya TKO, and she wasn't even given straight answers. It doesn't take a rocket scientist, it doesn't take a sociologist to dissect this lady, to cut up her arguments. Just pay attention, people. Please pay attention. And I'm not necessarily saying this to the people up here on the panel. I'm saying this to the audience who are open-minded. Pay attention to what that lady be saying. She went up there on the breakdown and she folded within like 4 questions. And the 4th question wasn't even that deep. She just started spilling out all her traumas.
Yeah.
It's
okay. Let me ask you this.
What you should gather from that is this lady is not a healthy lady.
Agreed. But let me ask you in particular.
Nobody is trying to invalidate her because of her trauma. What I am saying, though, is if you gather from the trauma that you've accumulated that men aren't good people or that men do not have the capacity to love, then yes, that is a facet of, I won't say insanity, but most definitely unreasonableness, irrationality.
Definitely.
Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to ask you a question, man. What in particular has she said that you can share with us that you found was outrageous?
Okay, so I don't know how close you followed this lady, but one of the things she actually loves to quote is John Calhoun's book, The Rat Utopia Experiment.
Okay.
Okay, so I forget what universe she references, but I think it's Universe 25. And basically what happens in this universe is basically the rats all had their necessities provided for, and they were well taken care of. They were all vaccinated. They had food, they had water, they had plentiful babies, and then overpopulation started. This is what she says. And then she says, because of overpopulation, then the men started to seclude themselves and started to die off just naturally. But what she conveniently ignores, what she doesn't say is, number one, everybody was provided for, and the female rats refused to populate or mate with the male rats in this universe because they had everything they needed. So they required more. And the male rats said no. They said, I'm gonna just stay over here in my corner, you stay over there, we'll just mind our business. Basically. This is a real experiment. You can look this up, all right? And so homosexuality became normal. Asexuality became normal. People refusing to date or mate. What else? Seclusion became normal. All that stuff. So no, it wasn't overpopulation that was the issue. The issue was specifically in this universe, because there were so many people like not people but rats started to not have a role. They just lived, went about their day-to-day lives. So no, roles are necessary, and that's what Princella wants to get away from.
In a civilized society, yes, the roles are definitely necessary.
And the very thing that she's promoting, she's not saying I promote lesbianism directly.
Right.
But what do you think is the next step if you promoting John Calhoun's Rat Utopia Experiment?
Well, first of all, let me say this, brother. I appreciate you for coming up here and sharing that with us, because I myself didn't know about this. Maybe other people on the panel knew, but I didn't definitely not know about that. Second of all, we human beings are not rats. I know they like to say we're similar, but everybody's similar when you get down to the 3 basic needs: food, shelter, and food and shelter. Most animals are pretty much the same, surviving any kind of way they can, right? But when you have a civilization is on top of that. So when you have a civilization, like we have a civilization that we living in, where there's, you know, codes of conduct and laws and rules and regulations. So that is on top of our basic needs, which is food, water, and a shelter, right, and safety, right. So therefore, what rats would do in a situation is not what we would do, because we would not be in a situation where somebody else would be providing for us. As a people, we as human beings, we have to provide for ourselves. Now, the thing that will put males and stop males. Now, I will say this with what we have in common with every other animal as males: competition. If there's no reason why we have to do things to better ourselves to be in the company of the females, then we're just going to get complacent. We see that a lot in our society today, right? These are talking points that she can use, right? And say, well, you know what, since this woman is getting GR, or she's getting some type of government assistance, yeah, I can just live with her. I don't have to provide. She already got somebody providing for her, right? So I can just come in and provide the one thing that the government can't give her, right? And so that, I think, is the issue, that she is able to use that truth and bend it around her perspective. Now, like I said, I don't know this lady personally. I've invited her over here a couple of different times. She has not responded at all, right? No problem. I don't hate her. I don't have no ill will towards her. But let me tell y'all what I do see, and y'all tell me if y'all agree with this or not. Everybody on the panel and in the chat, I see Princella's situation being like a Jim Jones situation, being like a Eddie Long situation. I think it's at some point at being like a David Koresh type of situation, being like the what were those people in the Philly, the move people, right? I think at certain point she gonna go to her people and say, hunker down. This is the move we got to make. If you really with this, then we got to step away. We got to get our own place. We got to go to Guyana. We got to go to the Sudan, or we got to go to wherever, right? We're gonna go to this place.
I would say Carbonation, Nature Boy, but not Move. Move was a little bit different.
Well, the point I'm making is that they, even though they was the kids was in that house that was threatened, you know, that they kept them kids in there. And so that's my point, is that they're going to eventually, a decision is going to have to be made. Are you really with this? Are you willing to risk your life for this? Are you willing to risk your children's, your family members' lives for this, right? Because we're not taking no men with us, right?
So you think she's trying to start like a cult following, and try to actually, like, physically, like Nature Boy did. He started, online and literally created a cult following, and they moved somewhere, and then they moved to Hawaii or something.
Yeah, this is how it starts. This is how it starts, Patrice. And then what happens is the money starts coming in. Right. At first, is you just getting the accolades. Then the money starts coming in. Then when the money starts coming in, the police start keeping an eye on you. They start watching over what's going on. And to avoid the scrutiny, that's when they tell everybody, hey, we need to go here. We need to go there. We need to go out of the country somewhere, because they scrutinizing us. They because they start, the FBI, they just go by your house. Just let you know that's us out there in that flower truck. Just let you, they start letting you know. So they start scrutinizing you like that. That's why Jim Jones left Sacramento and came down to LA, because they was putting some charges together on him. And so he left, right? And then the same thing happened in LA. That's when he went to Guyana, right? But at a certain point, he told everybody, you got to sell your house, because we're not coming back. You don't need to have a house here. And I believe at a certain point, she's going to do the same thing, lead everybody off the cliff the same way, unfortunately. Now, Princella, if you're out there and you're listening, you're welcome to come up here and talk to me and tell me how I'm wrong. I'll have no problem with that. But of course you won't, because that'll be bad for business. But I'm just putting the invitation out there so nobody can say, well, Clarence, you always talking about Priscilla, but you never put an invitation out there for her. Fine, no problem. And like I said, I have nothing against her as a person. I don't even know her. I'm just talking about her position on the domestic violence issue that a lot of our women are experiencing. That's my only issue, her solutions for that issue. All right, y'all. So what do y'all think? Do y'all think that it's a cult situation, or it's growing into a cult situation? Or
you
what do y'all
know, you're not the only one who said something like that. And I do think it would turn into a sort of commune situation, like in a remote location. I think she references I think it's some South African village or something where it's only women and children, and that's what she wants to create over here. My thing is, do and does her audience have the foresight to predict that happening?
No.
Because what would this look like? What would, because she can't be, because here's what I'm thinking. She can't think that this style of thinking is so revolutionary as if it's not been tried before ever in human history. Think about what happened to all the matriarchal societies that consisted majority of women.
Well,
what happened to them? They were assimilated.
Well, I think that you know, the people that follow her in particular, I think they're just looking at her as this is how it all starts. D. It just starts with people. They aggrandize this person. They say, "Oh wow, this person is so great. They're on point. Wow, they're so great. They think just the way I think. I've been thinking this, but now this person think the same thing. Okay, but if they rooted in, if it's a mix, like Vaughn was saying, it's a mix of truth and falsehood, then you maybe want to check them out. But I think at this level of the game, it's just they just enamored with the personality that she has, right? And now it's going to get there when she start building up a following. It's going to get to a point where she can no longer just move among the people. When she's going to have to make a decision. Either I'm going to have to go up against the government, or I got to leave the country. See, that's at that point, that's when they make that move. I don't think she's even looking at it at this point as I'm putting this cult together. I don't think but I think once she starts seeing because she's going to get a lot of support. She's going to get a lot of support. So unfortunately, it's the wrong, it's based on the wrong reasons, but she's going to get a lot of support. So what's going to happen is she's going to come into a lot of money. But that's when she's going to have a decision to make, because now she's going to get on the FBI's radar. And when she gets on the FBI and all of these task groups radars, that's when people are going to start talking about her, and she's going to get more scrutinized. And then she's going to say, okay, we got to do something. And that's when the gut check is going to come. The gut check is when she's going to tell them, if you really with this, you got to sell your house and come with me. Leave your husband, sell your house, leave them kids with him, and come with me. We're going to have this, we're going to be like Dr. Sebi. We're going to go over to Honduras and we're going to do our own thing, right? And so that's what I think is coming. They don't see it because they're just looking at it now like, oh man, she's, I've been looking for somebody that feels the way I feel. Yeah, but the way you feel about it is wrong. Right? You ain't looking for nobody to tell you you're wrong. That's what they're going to do. If you're in therapy, they're going to help you to see that maybe there's a better way of looking at the thing, right? But she's not telling them to go to therapy. Because she knows if she tells them to go to therapy, she'll get found out. A therapist will say, why are you listening to this lady? She said,
and these are supposed healed people. They ain't went to no real therapy.
These are people that sound like I'm telling you, they suffer with highly narcissistic personality disorders. I'm telling y'all.
Well, she even behaves that way. But the interesting thing is the ladies aren't able to grasp it for themselves, like grasp that reality and call it out for themselves. Like I shouldn't have to say this. Like this lady is dang near textbook, almost similar to Derek Jackson, but y'all aren't able to call it out.
Yeah, I would say a little more aggressive than Derek Jackson. Yeah, you're right.
I would suggest Jim Jones, but that's my opinion.
We're working on it, Vaughn. She's working on it. I would say she got maybe a couple more years to go before she's at that level.
But you see what it is.
I haven't heard her, so I can't judge it because I have not heard her yet. I really have to hear her.
Yeah, I've taken my time to actually listen, because I never want to speak on a thing that I really didn't listen to or take my time. Some of this stuff, I just listened to it over a period of time and, had to cut it off because it's just so, it's so
vitriolic.
Opposite. Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? But I do want to know
you got to
exactly where
listen to it in bite size.
Yeah, exactly. You have to listen to it and then stop and go back because after a while, it's, oh man, it's hard for me to explain it. But listen, let me just say this real quick. The scripture talks about that, there will come a time when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lusts shall they heap to themselves teachers having itching ears, and they shall turn their ears away from the truth. You see what I'm saying? And this is what we see. A lot of people with the status in this social media. You see what I'm saying? Very influential. Even they even refer to themselves as influencers. You see what I'm saying? But exactly what is it that you are trying to influence me to do? Come on now. Let's read between the lines, ladies and gentlemen. You see what I'm saying? Okay, don't just be Little Red Riding Hood going to grandma's house. Understand there's a wolf under them covers.
Yeah. And I've said the exact same thing. What's your name? I don't want to call you like some guy or whatever. The guy who just spoke.
Oh yeah, my name is Vaughn.
Okay, hello Vaughn. I'm Dimitri.
Good to meet you, sir.
Okay, so assimilate the knowledge that we have accumulated with this lady. I'm a big fan of assimilating knowledge and lining it up like dominoes. Like nothing is separate, everything is connected type dude. All right. So we already know this lady calls herself a pimp or something like a pimp. We already know this lady promotes herself as if she's a savior for women. You see the connection here?
No,
frame yourself as the savior and then pimp them out later.
Yeah.
You see the connection?
Yeah.
I'm missing it,
Wolf
man.
in sheep's clothing, just like you said. And this lady performs so much mental gymnastics. I'm going to say the average person probably couldn't keep up with it.
Okay.
Because they don't know enough to contest what she's saying.
Okay.
No, it's really sad that we are in 2023 and people are really still falling for the okie doke. Like people really want to be saved and led so bad that they would just follow anybody, listen to anybody, let anybody influence them with solid words and charismatic tone and sprinkle a little truth wrapped in a whole lot of lie type of content. Are we really that desperate as a people?
Wow.
In the search of something that we will follow anybody?
Well, I believe your name is OG Patrice.
Yes.
Okay, so like I said, everything is connected, nothing is separate. We already understand the socio-political climate that's happening in this country. We already understand the economic downturn that's taking place. These people are looking for answers. Okay? These people are looking for answers. It's going to get more delusional.
It's like looking for love in all the wrong places. It's like looking for love in all the wrong places.
And the question they'd ask is, why does this keep happening to me? and then they'll say everything but the reason why it keeps happening to you, so that they can continue to live in fantasy. It's the same thing with the LLC YouTube, who tells you to start a business all the freaking time, not understanding that these companies are waiting for you so that they can wait for you to develop a revolutionary product or pick up enough traction and then scoop you up and then leave you for dry. It's the same thing. The exact same thing.
Well, I definitely know that some of these platforms are definitely cult-like followings. They have cult-like followings already. I see it every day, and it's crazy. It's crazy.
Let's do this. Let's anybody got anything else to say on Princella? I'm done with Princella.
Yeah,
so
I'm done with it too.
No, we can move on, man.
Yeah, I'm ready to move on.
Okay, because I want to actually deal with the actual topic of tonight, which was should black men settle for lower wage earners? So let me ask D. You just popped up, but we've been going over this question. Should black women settle for lower wage earners?
Shoot for the stars. Do what you want. Don't make me no difference.
They're already shooting for the stars. What we're saying is not that they're not shooting for the stars, but if you don't hit a star, maybe you'll deal with
star.
Huh?
You just didn't hit that star.
Yeah, but see,
Life
but
is
some of them are saying that there's no men out here that's worthy of their time and attention, right? Because they're at a certain income level, and they're saying that there's no men worth their time and attention. But in my opinion, there are men out here that's worth their time and attention.
Right, I agree.
It's just that they won't accept that because they feel like they're settling, whatever that means, right? Patrice gave us a pretty good definition of it in the beginning, but I mean, they're settling. In some kind of way, settling is a bad word. Now, why is settling a bad word? Let's ask Patrice. Patrice, why is settling a bad word? Why is that a bad word in the women's world?
I think for women, I think it means that they lost. They lost that they lost the fight of getting what they want, getting what they really want, and settling for less, and it kind of makes women bitter. I think it will, you know what I mean, to a certain extent, where
it's what if you lost, Patrice?
It's to say, well, I really wanted a Denzel, but I have to end up settling for a Pookie or Ray Ray, or I really wanted an Idris Elba, but I just settled for a Tracy Morgan, or I settled for a what is his name? No. Oh my God, used to be with Public Enemy.
Flavor Flav.
Yeah, I really wanted the Idris, but I had to settle for Flavor. Shout out to Flavor Flav.
Wow.
And so, what is the question that you're posing to me? Like, what is my view of all this?
My question to you is, because I'm trying to find out, should not only black women, should women settle? Period. But it's particularly an issue in the black community because so many black women are out earning the men, right? There's more black women are really coming into closing the wage gap between black men. They're not doing it so well. I mean, they're doing at a slower gap with white men, but they're definitely closing the wage gap with black men. It's more high earning black women out there than ever been before, but it's less high earning black men out there. So should they settle? Since there's not enough men out there, in other words, since there's not enough men out there to meet their requirements that they have on the table presently, should they go back to the drawing board and reassess their requirements and maybe a guy that's not earning as much, but like Tyler Perry said, he care about you, he love you, he want to treat you right. Maybe he ain't earning as much. Now, Tyler Perry never said he got to be dead broke, laying on his back at his mama's house playing Xbox. He just said he ain't making as much as you.
And that's the important part to grasp here. Okay? I want you to say what you just said again, the very last part. What Tyler Perry didn't say, what he took off the table. The bum. Okay? The guy who's not doing nothing with his life. He took that off the table.
Correct.
And he was very hyper specific about the type of person he was talking about. And so in my mind, if the ladies want to take that and run off and say that he did say you should be with some broke dude who can't do nothing for you, then yeah, go ahead and go, because I wouldn't wish a person like that on my homeboys. I really wouldn't. That's the way I'm thinking about it. If you think you can find better, go.
All right.
Seriously. Well, it's nothing, and there's no vitriol in what I'm saying. I wanna be clear. I'm saying this in this way because understand the framing of the original question. Are there enough dudes on our level?
Right.
That's looking down. Last time I checked.
That's right.
Language and communication is a two-dimensional street. It's 50% nonverbal and 50% verbal. Okay? We're looking at the 50% verbal part. Even the way the question is framed is from a position of higher up, as if you're not equals. So I get it. I'm not necessarily against hypogamy, but I understand a lot of people just from the way.
Against what?
Hypogamy. It's the inverse of hypergamy. Okay.
I was making sure we're on the same page. Okay,
hypogamy, just for those who aren't familiar, it's basically dating somebody of a lower socioeconomic status. That's all it is. Okay. Isogamy is what people say all the time, dating on your level, which is the rarest kind of relationship. Hypergamy is what's traditional, people dating up, namely women.
Of course.
Okay. Funny how when it was men dating in a lower socioeconomic bracket, it wasn't deemed as dating down, but now all of a sudden when it's women, it's dating down.
Right.
They
went in on this. Let me solidify the point that he made. When Prince, what is it called? Prince Charles. When he started going out with Princess Diana, man, they destroyed the man. They destroyed the man, right? They said, how can you date her? She didn't go to all of our fancy schools. She didn't go to no fancy schools. She didn't, graduate from this university. She didn't, she haven't been a part of these secret organizations. How could you do that? She's just a chick from the street. How could you? And they went in on the man, right?
Wait a minute. She wasn't a chick from the streets now. She wasn't that bad. She was a school teacher and a nurse.
Compared to them, she's a chick off the street. So I mean, from their mentality, she was nowhere qualified to be in his dating pool. But when he picked her, they went bananas, right? Especially the queen, right? Took her about almost 20 years before she started even recognizing treating her right.
She didn't, hang out in the rural sectors.
Of course.
The high upper echelon.
Not. So they said, hey, what are you doing? They went in on him for doing that, right? They went in on him, man. Hey, you dating out of the pocket. What's going on? Right?
Well, I have a question, Brother Clarence.
Yes.
Okay, so, and this is just for everyone on the panel. So say you're a guy who, meets this woman, and listen, she makes a great sum of money. I mean, she's far established more than you are. You see what I'm saying? Not to say that what you're doing is just crumbs. You see what I'm saying? You have some validity to what you're doing as well, right? But say you meet this woman, right? And I'm sure we've all heard this term, well, wait a minute, brother, she's just out of your league. Has everybody ever heard that term?
Of course.
She's out of your league.
Oh,
Now, my question is, should we succumb to that type of ideology when it comes to meeting individuals who may be upper in status than possibly we are? Should we settle and say, well, you know what? I'm not going to pursue that because she's just out of my league. And that's something I just need to admit,
To be honest, in my opinion, that's I'm not going to say a loser mentality, but like a deficit mentality. Because understand this, some of the most well-known power couples in human history have been of different socioeconomic statuses. Looking at married couples for a long time, one of the things they tell you to drop is ego. One of the things that kill relationships of different socioeconomic statuses is ego. Okay.
And culture.
So if you drop the ego and you go as a dude who got his own thing going on up to that lady and you spit some game at her and you somehow get her on your arm, right? Guess what? You have a coach on your side now. She can pretty much coach you on what to do, where to put your money. It's a win.
And listen,
a win is a win.
Yeah, and that's interesting. And I love the way you just said that, because a lot of us would be intimidated by her. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, we say this all the time, Brother Clarence, if your wife is better at finances than you are, cut the ego and let her deal with the finances right. So that you don't get yourself tripped up in a hole somehow. You see what I'm saying? But the ego is a very trippy thing. The male ego. A lot of times it's because of our pride, because I should be higher in position than she is. You see what I'm saying? But that doesn't take away from the fact that you're still the head. Do you know what I'm saying? Financial status, in my opinion, does not mean that you cannot be the head of the household as a man. You see what I'm saying? All money is welcome as far as I'm concerned. If I'm making 80,000 and you're making 100,000, let's bring it all together. What's the problem? You see what I'm saying?
I think that, one of the issues is that, like the other brother said earlier, a woman will be maybe it was Patrice. A woman will feel like she's more dominant position if she's bringing in the lion's share of the money. She will feel in today's world. Now, of course, back in the day, it was like, hey, we just bringing everything together so we can, get these kids, grow these kids up, and put them through college. But nowadays, I think it's a lot different, where it's not looked at that way. It's looked at because of the social media, because of so much desire for attention and personal accolades, right? Why is everybody on social media? Why are most people, I won't say everybody, most people on social media? Because they want to post a picture and have 72 likes in 10 minutes, right? All their family, all their friends liking their picture and liking their little post or whatever, right? And it's the accolades, it does something, right? Whereas before, we wasn't doing everything for the accolades, so to speak, right? We was just doing it because this is what needed to be done. We walked away from what needs to be done, and we're doing what we want to do. And I think that's where, and then when that comes into the household, now we got a whole nother issue, right? Like I was talking about Tia Mowry, how she walked out of the house based on the situation, right? Now, I don't know.
She left them better than she found them.
Yes, I don't know if, what was actually going on in the household, but what I do know is that she felt like it wasn't worth trying to make it, put no time in to go to therapy, go to counseling to try to see if it could be fixed. Something happened where she just made that decision and said, well, this ain't worth it, right? But I don't mind dragging these kids around to another man, right? So, it just depends. Now, I can see if you go through that process and it just don't happen and you realize this man don't want to change, ain't nothing going to happen here. I need to leave. But I don't think that was the case. In my personal opinion, I don't think that was the case in that particular situation. But getting back to what we were talking about as women settling. Now, what happens when we go on a date? I had this conversation a couple of times on the last live stream I was on. What happens when you go on a date? Who usually pays for the date when you go out on a date? Anybody?
The man does.
Usually the man.
Typically it's the man, right? Why is the man paying for this date? Now, we talked about Priscilla, but I'm going to just say something that she said real quick, is that, women should charge men for their time, right? Quote, unquote, women should charge men. If you're going out on a date and you're going to be spending time with this man, charge him for it, right?
Well, that's what prostitutes and hoes do. They charge the men for the time that they want. So
I didn't want to say it like that.
But I think that's what she's relating to.
Patrice just really opened it up, right?
Listen, it's no longer a date, right? It's literally like a form of prostitution. If you're gonna pay me for my time just to come and meet up with you and sit and have a conversation and have a meal, now the man is paying for your time. He's paying for the meal and the drinks, like.
Well, see, here's where the lines become blurred. When a person, when you go out with a woman, I've heard this happening. Luckily, I was way out the game by the time this stuff started happening on a regular basis, where woman will say, "Okay, I'm going out with you. I ain't got no problem going out with you, but it's gonna cost you $200-300. That's outside of the meal. That's outside of whatever else we're doing. It's gonna cost you $200-300. Why? Because you're going out with me.
Was he getting serviced? Was he getting serviced?
But you're going out with me. But here's the thing, y'all. Once a person tell you that they demand wages for their time, that person is an employee now, right? And if you agree to it, you become an employer, right? That's a whole nother dynamic.
You're just naming it mildly, what I just said earlier. Literally, it's a service. Like, it's a form of pimping.
The woman don't even have to do anything, right? She could just say, "Hey, I'm so beautiful. You got to just pay for just being out with just me. Being seen with me is going to be a plus for you. Vaughn, being seen with the girl is going to be a plus for you."
Well, that's an escort service, basically, like how some of the high-priced men used to come to Vegas for these conventions and business. Like, they do this now. Some of them, they just literally want the eye candy on their arms to go to these dinner dates and these functions and different things like that, right? So they hire them allegedly for that, but it ended up allegedly being something else as well. So,
but my point is that is how crazy things have gotten, right? Because this is what a date's supposed to be. If you a man, you go out on a date, you go out with a woman, because we talking about a traditional setup. You going out on a woman, you ask a woman out, "Hey, baby, can I go? Hey, Patrice, can I go out with you, girl?" "Well, I don't know because of the." "Come on, girl. You see me around the water cooler. You see me over here at this school. You've been coming to read to these kids. I'm reading to these other kids in this other room. Come on, girl. We can just go have a dinner. What's wrong with that?" Typically what's happening on a date is everybody is in the process of demonstrating different things, right? Because we have traditional ideas in our head. So the man, by paying for the dates, is demonstrating his financial stability. That's what's supposed to be happening. I'm not paying for your time. I'm demonstrating my financial stability so that if you decide you want to go ahead and roll with my program, I've shown you and I've demonstrated to you that I can take care of my money enough to where I can pay for these dates. I got my own place. I got a car. I can put you in my car and take you out. I can buy the gas. I can buy the food. I'm demonstrating my financial ability, right? The woman likewise is demonstrating her her feminine abilities, right? How does she treat you? Does she treat you like a woman, right? Does she treat you, or does she treat you with the, hey, bro, what's up, bro? What's going on, bro? Right? Who wants to be sitting at a table with that person? Bro, we ain't even got no ketchup or no hot sauce up in here. Bro, come on, man. Who wants to be sitting with that person? I have sat with that person, man. I was like, whoa. This will be the last time. I'm thinking
say,
about
what? What did you say? You sat with that person?
I sat with that person, man. I didn't know nothing. I was young. So, I took somebody out. I took this girl out on a date one time. And, we just went to like Denny's or whatever, IHOP, whatever, one of these little restaurants. And so we went to the restaurant and she was getting upset. She said, hey, man, they gypping us. They supposed to have salt, pepper, this, hot sauce, everything. They trying to gyp us. And she was literally getting upset. Like you could see her countenance changing, right? And I was like, so let's just ask her for some, whatever you need, let's just ask her for it. Dude, you don't even see it. Then she started telling me I didn't see it, right? I ain't paying attention. Right? I was like, what are they doing? If they don't have it here, let's just ask them for it. But she started going on and on and on. And
on. Check, please.
I was like, man.
Check, please.
The whole time she ruined the whole meal. I was like, man, you just gonna keep going on and on and on about it. I was trying to eat what I was eating, and she was trying to eat what she was eating, but she was always having issues.
Bro Claire, in my Hank voice, leave her at the table.
I should have did that, but I didn't know nothing, man. 18, 19. I didn't know nothing about what I should have been doing. That's why we got this program.
Leave her at the table.
Sit out here. Man, but anyway, my point was we all trying to demonstrate things, demonstrate our utility to the other person, right? Because most relationships are built on utility, right? Hey, what am I getting out of being with you? What am I getting out of being with you? What are we getting out of? Are we both being able to get something out of this thing, right? It's built on utility. So we try to demonstrate to the woman that we have utility, and she's trying to demonstrate to us that she has utility, and that's why we keep going on dates, and then we keep going. We can learn more and more and more and more until we spend enough time with the person where we recognize not only do they have utility for me, but they also have they match my personality. We got some chemistry here, and all those things add up. That's when we start looking at getting into a deeper, closer bond, right? But in this, when we look at it like this, the woman's already done, right? The woman is saying, hey, should Black women settle for lower wage earners? And I'm saying that I don't think the wage should be, I don't think the high number should be the critical issue. The critical issue is, can this man take care of himself? Can he take care of himself alone? All right, if he can take care of himself, he might be a good candidate to be in a and then if because he might be, y'all remember I talked about earlier the movie Carbon Copy, right? When Denzel Washington was playing, he was this broke kid living on the street, right? In actuality, he was in med school. He was waiting for med school to start. He was just out there clowning around trying to ruin this guy's life that was his father, right? He thought was his father, rather. Right? So my point is, sometimes you don't know what's going on with these kids, right? You don't know what's going on with the man. The man might have a whole nother plan, but he just don't want to say it because he don't want the woman to take, to look at him and view him as just you out my league, right?
Well, what did Dr. Boyce Watkins finish having to say about Tyler Perry's perspective. I thought you said he had said something about
he did. Let's get into it. Let's look at that, y'all, and then we're gonna start wrapping up here.
Didn't care if the woman can throw down in the bedroom or if she's a complete stiff. What do y'all think? Do you think that those things matter to men? Do you think that we have our own criteria? Is it fair? No, it's not fair. It's not fair that the pretty girl, you have pretty girls that are pretty much, unfortunately, very could be defined by some to be low quality in terms of their behavior or their value system. You have plenty of women that are in that category who get lots of attention from men, mainly because they're cute, like Brittany Renner. I don't know if you've ever seen Brittany Renner. Brittany Renner is hilarious. She's a very pretty young girl who literally does videos about how she milks athletes for their money. Has anybody seen Brittany Renner? Brittany Renner is she's a phenomenon. She's in the sense that you need to study her to understand how the game is played. Deion Sanders, a smart man that he is, he brought Brittany Renner to his campus to talk to the guys and help them understand how men get played by our just sort of sometimes seemingly unintelligent approach to sexuality and women's beauty. And Brittany told him all the game, and I thought that was really smart of Deion to do that. And so I think that in most of the experience that I've seen, it would be highly unrealistic to think that you can have a world where most women would just not care at all how much money a man makes. Now, what I want to talk about really quickly is, and I talk about this a lot in my book, Financial Lovemaking. It's on Amazon somewhere if you want to go find it. Or if you go to boyceandalicia.com, Alicia is my wife's name, boyceandalicia.com, you can actually get a free e-copy of the book. So feel free to go to boyceandalicia.com. So that either the digital copy is free if you want a hard copy or you want me to sign it or something like that, you can go to drboycebooks.com and just search for the word autograph. I can sign it for you, or you can just buy a copy there. It's up to you. I'm going to go ahead and break some of this down for you. So before I do that, do me a favor. Could you please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you'll be notified when we go live, things like that. Also, my website, boycewatkins.com. On my website, I have plenty of free resources there that you can pick up, like our $5 a day investing plan, a training on how to make money without working, October 20th.
Oh, my God. Get to it already, Dr. Watkins.
Say that a woman can look past how much money a man makes, just like you could say that some men may not care as much about how pretty a woman is. I know I've seen many examples where a man did not marry or select the most gorgeous woman in the room, right? He might see another woman that's prettier than the woman that he's with, but because the woman that he's with has certain values, they go outside of just how she looks. He was mature enough to say, yeah, I'm not trying to date the prettiest girl in the room. I want to date the woman that has the highest value in terms of what she can bring to my life. And looks may play a part of the conversation or be part of the analysis, but looks are not the defining factor. So if my wife is a 7 and you're a 7.5, you're not going to beat out my wife because she has so much invested in me that goes far beyond just what she looks like or her body shape or what she does in the bedroom. That I can understand. So what I have found in my research is that money is not the only thing that would work in terms of attracting a woman. I think that any guy out there that does have that regular job or does, it isn't.
All right, y'all, let's stop it right there. Is he right? Are women interested in other things other than money? What do y'all think?
Of course.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, come on now. Like, you're talking, okay. Little background on me. I'm a dude in college, so we all ain't gotten money. So it's literally all what's in you. It's not what you got, okay? Let's just say it like that.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Of course, yeah, he's right.
All right. Anybody else?
I would have to agree, with the guys and with Dr. Boyce Watkins' perspective as a woman. I know, yeah, even when I was younger and even now, yeah, I've never just always, and I've dated doctors, I've dated lawyers, I've dated those guys as well. Like you said, the high value guys, right?
Yeah.
Like, listen, some of those guys were some of the worst guys ever. I'm being real.
Yeah, they don't have to be good people.
They're not always good people. They are highly narcissistic. They're very, very controlling, demanding, arrogant, pompous, like, you know, and some of them, you know, a couple of them that they had some weird tendencies about them too. So, you know, and the wealthier ones that seem like to be the more weirder ones, especially in the entertainment industry. Now, when I got, you know, my career in entertainment and traveling and touring and stuff like that, oh, for sure, you know, the wealthier they were, the more higher in stature, the weirder they were. And that's why I started like dating more guys that were like kind of regular guys. And I come from that type of era, you know, with my parents and the tradition and all of that as well too. So I listen, I done had the high value all the way down to the regular smuggler guys, you know, and it's a mixture in all of it. So it's about who you gel with, who you mix, you know, well with. You know, for the most part, men can make as much money as they want to make. They don't really value a woman by how much money she makes. It's just the woman that values the man.
That's the point of this whole thing right there. Thank you, Patrice, for saying that.
And then also, you know, I don't want to be the type of man that feels that he has to keep up with the woman. You see what I'm saying? Whatever she's doing, God bless her. But it's all about, what am I doing? You know, how am I contributing? Is it substantial? That's good enough for me. You see what I'm saying? It might not be good enough for her. But when I know I'm putting a sincere effort forth, you see what I'm saying? You can take that or leave that, you know, because it's coming from the heart. It's sincere. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What about you, Riggs? What do you think?
I think Boyce is spitting right now. You know, he ain't saying nothing wrong. I think a lot of people kind of get, well, what I've seen in the YouTube world, a lot of people get caught up in, you know, the man just taking care of everything, which is cool, isn't it? I don't have an issue with that. But that just wasn't a realistic thing with me growing up and just the people I was around and the homes, and they were 2-parent homes and they were both working, you know what I'm saying? And they had good jobs or whatnot, but they was both working and contributing. So I was never one to just, and like I said, I don't have a problem with it. I don't think nothing's wrong with it, but just growing up, I just think the YouTube kind of pushed that thing. I mean, shout out to Kevin, rest in peace. But he really kind of pushed that. And I think a lot of, you know, men kind of jumped on that. And with that, like kind of what Patrice was saying, when she was with men that were a little bit more, you know, financially better than others, you know, like doctors and whatnot. They was controlling and everything, you know, because they knew that they, you know, that whole option thing, right? So, okay, well, that's cool. If she don't want to deal with my attitude, you know, I can go have fun with a young lady. I don't necessarily got to put in time with her. I could, you know, get on my phone or something. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They have those type of options and stuff. So, and kind of what Kevin was saying, he kind of pushed that. You know what I'm saying? Like I can go ahead and have a good time with a young woman. You know what I'm saying? And all that time trying to put in and spend money on all these dates and whatnot, I can just get straight to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you know. What Boyce is saying, I agree with, man. That's more, you know, it's more realistic to me. You know what I'm saying? It didn't really matter who was making the most. I gotta agree with Vaughn. I don't think, you know, just because your woman may make more money than you in the house, that takes away from you, you know, being the man of the house. You know what I'm saying? And having that authority. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with him, though, man.
Definitely, man. Definitely.
I'm just gonna give y'all an example. I have a girlfriend that dated a friend of mine who was a doctor. Had that big old beautiful diamond ring on her finger for years and years, and I kept saying to myself, I never told her this. I said, he ain't gonna marry her. He ain't gonna marry her because he still was one of them high value men, black doctor. She's black. You know, I said he was one of those guys that I started seeing her more and more, you know, pulling to do things more that he wanted her to do. He was more controlling in that. He wanted her to get into alternative lifestyles and things like that with him. He was into a lot of stuff. And she went as far as she could. She wore that ring for about 4-5 years. When I went to Vegas last month, I ran into her, and she's with another man right now. She said she couldn't do it.
Patrice?
Because he wanted her to engage in the alternative lifestyle with him, and that's where she drew the line.
Wait a minute. I thought women hit the wall. They can't be with nobody else. That's it. They're just gonna be by themselves. What happened?
Oh, now she got another man now. He's literally got another man. You know, because he as a doctor, high value, make well over, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars in the, you know, $200,000 and $300,000 a year. But see, I'm telling you guys, the more money they make, the more weirder shit they into. And not that I'm saying that alternative lifestyle is weird, but people got limitations of what they willing to do and not to do, no matter how much money you make. They got deal breakers. And right. She did not cross that line, because literally that's the lifestyle he's into. And he wanted her, of course, she would be the wife and the main woman, but he wanted her to engage in that. And again, the higher that bracket come up, when I'm telling you what I know, they into the weirder they get, unfortunately.
Man, anybody else, y'all? Anybody else before we start closing out?
Nah, go ahead, man. I'm gonna go ahead and head out. I got class tomorrow.
All right, thank you, D. Appreciate you, man.
Yes,
hope you,
sir.
man, stick in there and get your degree, man. Hope you stick in there and get your degree. But I think, man, you know, D came through. We were talking about Princella, and I was like, man, I don't want to spend too much time on Princella, but I'm glad we got some stuff straight. At least we encouraged Patrice to go check her out for herself, right?
Yeah, it was a good topic for, you know, to run across.
But we didn't even scratch the surface of this thing, Vaughn. I really wanted to scratch it. I really wanted to do a deep dive into this situation, but we kind of got off track with that. But that's okay. That's okay. We can always come back and revisit this. But anyway, let's start getting some closing remarks, y'all, because we got to start getting out with 3 hours and 41 minutes, man. Sister Annie's gonna come up here, and then I'm be in real trouble. So let's do it, man. Hopefully she fell asleep, so have to worry about it coming up here. Let's get some closing. Let's start out with Riggs, man. Riggs, what do you think, man? What do you think, man? What can you put your stamp on this, that somebody listen to this may get something out of what you said, brother? What can you say?
Man, just live your best life, man. Like all that other stuff it's just a lot. You know what I mean? If you with somebody, man, and y'all feeling each other and want to push the envelope and get a place or whatever, you know, y'all gonna come across the funds and work it out like regular people do. You know, just live your life, man. Be happy. Don't take too much of, you know, what you hear in these YouTube streets is, you know, that's law. You know what I'm saying? And that's the way to go. Don't do that, man. Just go ahead and be normal, man, and just live life.
All right, right on, man. Thank you, brother. All right, Big Riggs, I'm gonna pull you down, man. And by the way, can I ask you a question, Big Riggs, man? I don't want to get too deep into it, but you guys still doing your show, You and Be Easy? Shout out to Be Easy, by the way.
Yeah.
I was wondering the same thing, man. Where is my brother?
It's not on my feed anymore, and I was wondering what's going on with that.
Most definite, man. You know, Be Easy. He just sometimes he has a tight schedule. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So whenever he's really ready to rock, you know what I'm saying? I'm always ready to rock with him. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, everybody's got their life and everything. So,
of course,
we definitely still around. Hopefully, you know what I'm saying, we come back out, you know, real soon, man, with some dope content, you know, some good discussion. And hopefully you stop back through again, bro, and Mr.
Of
Vaughn,
course.
you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
so,
yeah.
I appreciate you asking, though, man. I appreciate
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, I just was like, Did you guys do it? Are you doing it on another channel? Okay, so
no, we still doing it over there, man. Easily Rigged is still over there, man.
Okay,
still,
cool.
We still rocking.
Okay, do we have a date for the next time you guys are gonna put a show out?
I don't got a date right now, man, but I will say I will push for next week, man. Next week we'll probably come out with something. Especially since you asking like that, I'm about to tell B, man, we gotta come through, man.
Yeah, man, because I've been looking for my brother. I just didn't see him, so
we can put it out. You know,
I'm looking for y'all, man.
People over there.
Yeah, most definitely.
All right, Riggs, man. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you for
yeah.
us.
Y'all have a great night, man.
You too.
All right,
all right, that's Big Riggs, y'all. He always come through, man. Very solid cat, man. But I'll get to Big Riggs in the wrap up, man. Okay, y'all, home team, what's happening? What we doing?
Well, listen, another great topic again, even though we kind of went off track a little bit, but that's to be expected sometimes in good conversations.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's all about knowing how to go with the flow, you know? And so we got a little sidetracked, but we pulled it back in. So that was cool, right?
Yeah.
You know, but in closing, man, I would just like to say, number one, that I really appreciate the time, that you allow me to get up here and share my little 2 cents.
Family, man. Family.
You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to take that lightly, and I don't want you to think that I do, but in closing, I would definitely say, it takes a little more than love just to sustain a relationship.
Agreed.
If we're going to be realistic about that,
Agreed.
And men, I'll just direct this to the men, you have to be established before you try to step into relationship.
Should be.
It would be irresponsible, for you to do it otherwise. So instead of just following and sowing your wild oats, take your time. Don't rush in. Focus on establishing yourself with career. You see what I'm saying? With a roof over your head. You see what I'm saying? Where would you bring this young lady to even entreat her if you don't have a roof over your head?
Good question.
You see what I'm saying?
Baba's house. Right.
Yeah. Nah, you can't be bringing her to mama's house now. Come on. You got to do a little better than that. And then another thing is, I really want us to understand, and I want to say this as humbly as I can, this is what we need to understand. Your expectations are not always God's expectations. And that's something we need to know. You see, because that mate and that person that God has for you, he's already designed it. And you see what I'm saying? He's already predestined that. So I'm just saying, use wisdom. Don't just rush into a thing. And with that being said, man, listen, OG Patrice, always a pleasure to be on the stage with you. I would be remiss. Yeah, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that, my sister.
My brother.
Yeah, but that's pretty much it, Brother Clarence. Another great show. I look forward to the next time.
Thank you,
what
brother.
Happened to Patrice? Did she fall off?
Yeah, you ran her off, man.
Oh, man. Come back, Patrice. Come back.
She'll be back, man. She'll pop back up. All right, brother. Thank you, brother. Right. Appreciate you, man. I'm gonna pull you down, man. Vaughn, my door is always open, brother. Anytime, man. Just hit me up.
Yes, sir.
Have that conversation. All right, big brother.
All right.
I'm gonna pull you down, man. All right, that was Brother Vaughn Bryant. Very valuable help. What happened? See, you left and went somewhere, girl. I don't know what you're doing out there in Arizona.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button.
Man, she out there, this girl out here target practicing at night, probably. All right. All right, girls, just me and you. Brother Vaughn, step down.
Little tough.
Sister Annie, I guess she said, hey, look, I ain't got to come up there yet. Clarence is at least trying to close out. I ain't got to come up there. All right. So what do you think, girl?
I'm gonna be short and sweet with it. it was a good panel. I know we got diverted on the whole Princella and even on the what was the other one? We kind of got diverted a little bit off the rails with it. Yeah, that whole scenario. But honestly, I think that Tyler Perry's comment was kind of taken out of context a little bit. I'm not like been out of shape about it like some, women are that I heard came at him, on social media, because again, I think that it was a snippet, and I think that because he didn't elaborate more, and he literally only used the man if he's paying one bill. I think that is what they got all bent out of shape about. I think in general, I know what he meant when he said. I think he just generally means if this man is a good man, he gonna love you, respect you, treat you right, be a good provider and a good leader in the way that he know how. He may make less than you, that you should definitely consider that man. That's what I really think he was trying to say.
Me too. Yeah.
That it, not necessarily, oh, if he can only pay the light bill, I think it was a, bad analysis, but I think in general, I understand his perspective of that, because I want to say I really would love to see, because a lot of relationships are getting led based off of the finances and what a person have or what they could do, right? A lot of marriages is even based off of that, and a lot of that is superficial. It really is. I understand that love can't pay the bills, but I really would like to see people talk about love more, and they don't. They basically talk. The first thing is what he or she can do for them, or how he or she look, and all of that is superficial. And if you're not using the finances correctly as a tool in the marriage, then it's a means, it's a means to an, it can be a means to an end. If it's not done right. So talk about healthy relationships and talk about being in love again. What's wrong with that? I for one definitely think Black men are capable of loving and being loved as well. I absolutely do. I think, if that's the perspective that Priscilla or whatever her name is coming from, I think that's a very shallow, statement. If she did make it, I'm not saying she did. I'm saying, going off what you guys said, I haven't watched one content of hers. I'm just saying. We know we can't live off love alone. Yes, that's true.
Absolutely.
But if you just going into a relationship or marriage to get with somebody based off of what they got, guess what? That's not yours, that's theirs. And there's no guarantee that person is going to share with you like you think that they are.
That's true.
The wealthier they are, listen, the wealthier they are, the more they want the people to sign them prenups. They ain't trying to. They ain't trying to listen. If they done came in established with finances, and you coming in thinking gonna get all of that, it's not. It don't always work that way.
If I really love somebody, I would sign a prenup in a heartbeat.
Exactly. Do you think? Listen, do you think Tyler Perry, who is a billionaire now, do you think that he didn't marry that wife that they recently divorced, but he had a baby? You don't think she signed a prenup? Trust me, she did.
Of course.
People are protecting their interests. They're protecting their interests. So if you going in just only based off of finances and not based off of anything else, you're doomed already.
Yeah.
Men have to not be so visual, and women have to not always want to seek power. And when you're in a position as a woman and you're making more money than the man, just because you're paying more bills or making more money does not make you the lead role or the masculine role in the relationship or in the marriage.
Yeah.
So women need to peg that down as well. If the man is a good leader, he may not be making more money than you, but if he's a good leader and a good man and setting a good example in the household, First
How
of
much
all,
is how much is a good dude that's raising your children to be good kids? How much
priceless.
that dude is worth?
That's like you can't even put a price on that. If he's a good father and a good husband, shouldn't that be priceless?
Man,
I mean, what are we valuing in today's society?
that's where I was trying to go, but we never got there.
Yeah, so it depends on, your value. Like I said, listen, when I was married, I made more money than my husband doing the whole married time we were married. But I tell you, that black man was a hell of a man, okay? And I knew my place in that marriage as his wife. And as he was the leader, just because I made more money, I didn't act like I was the lead role, the masculine in that relationship. I was able to bask and rest in my femininity. How about that?
How about that?
Right?
How about that mothership? How about that?
And still love the hell out of that man when I was married to him, even though I made more money than he did.
Yeah.
So again, what are we doing? What examples are we setting? We gotta get back to some basics here too.
Yeah.
What are we going into these relationships and marriages for? Based off of because that person got a lot of money and got their business. Guess what? They work for that. That's yes, that belonged to them.
That's exactly what they're going into the relationship for.
I mean, again, and these things are a means to an end, and a lot of it is superficial. Like, are we literally, going? Listen, yeah, we just got to do better when it comes to that. I'm not mad at Tyler Perry for what he said. I think that he could have said it in a better context, and it definitely got taken out of context. And that's why I think he hasn't even responded, because he has really been unbothered by all of the rhetoric that's been, narratives been spent out here, all the viral videos people have said, blasting him and yada, yada, yada. I'm not mad at that man at all. I just think sometimes you can misquote or your words can get taken out of context. Honestly, I think he generally meant, women, if you got a good man and he love you, he's a provider, he's a leader, and he gonna love you. He may make less money than you. Let that man love you and let him lead. There's nothing wrong with that.
This is the problem, Patrice. See, he gets bombarded by all of this flack, right? It's never it's the people you don't see that's like, damn, that's a shame, right? It's women that's doing that. I got a good man. I make more money than him, but I got this is a good man. He bringing way more to the table than just money. He bringing way more to the table. His presence alone is bringing way more to the table, right? So he's worth him not making that much money, so that me having to go and work and make more money, and him not making, but he brings so much other stuff to the table. He's worth it. But see, there's women out here like that, but we don't hear from those. We ain't hear from those women. We don't hear from the women that don't have nobody and that don't have a man, and they think I'm at this level. I hate the levels. I'm at this level. So I'm at this level. That means I can't mess with nobody at this level.
Oh, and yeah, I know this lady, because she got, she got her own home and making her own money and drive a nice car, work 2 jobs. And that's literally what she said about this guy that, she's messing around with. I had to let him go. He ain't on my level. What level is that, sis? What level? I mean, he's a truck driver, so he got a job. So what level? So he need to make just as much or more than you, basically, is what you're saying. And she's in her 40s. She's like 47. She's like a Gen Xer. So I don't know. And you gonna listen. A lot of these women gonna wake up and find themselves very, very lonely if they continue to have these attitudes.
They keep doing that.
It's more of y'all making more money than it is the men. It's always gonna be uneven.
They keep throwing good dudes back up on the bank of the river, right?
And honestly, I really think that that's what Tyler was saying. I think like I said, bad analogy, because he said pay one bill, the light bill, but that man's got to be bringing more to the table than just paying a light bill.
Of course.
You know what I mean? If he's your husband and he's a good husband, if he's your father of your children and he's a good father, just a good provider.
Wait,
And that don't
Patrice.
always, and the provider and the protector doesn't always look like finances.
Patrice, how much is a good father worth? How much is that worth?
That's
How much is
priceless.
a good man that's got his head on straight, that's trying to do the right thing?
That's priceless, bro.
teaching-
That's not verbally abusing you. That's not physically abusing you. That's not cheating on you.
That's setting a good example for your
He's
son.
bringing the check home. He's a good father. He loving on you good as a woman. You in a safe space.
He's setting a good example for your son and your daughter.
Oh, he's a good role model.
How much is that worth?
I mean, I really think that he could have summed it up better, but I generally really do think that that's what he meant.
Yeah.
I don't think he meant that just, barely making it, can only pay one bill, afford. Nobody telling you to get the guy that work at McDonald's. Nobody's saying that. So I think a lot of times we jump off the cliff, with things. I just think come on, this man is a billionaire. He come from hard times. He come from, poor, living in poverty, was homeless, living in his car. So he know what it is to scrape and scrub. I'm sure he haven't forgotten that.
No.
And I'm sure that growing up, he's seen women in his family and neighborhoods and communities be with men that probably didn't make more money than the women, but they were good men.
That's the
I know some men, y'all make a lot of money and they pieces of shit. Okay? Let's talk. So what we talking about? Yeah, and I'm gonna land my plane there, bro. Good show. Thank you for letting me spill my little soliloquies.
Always.
I appreciate it. Love you. Go ahead and close the show out, bro.
All right, EP. I'll see you later. All right.
All right.
Bro. All right. That's Patrice, executive producer, right? But we could have went on and on and on about this. So many things that a good man is priceless. A good man is so, in today's world where it's hard to find. Shout out to Blaze Brown, by the way. Good to see you, Blaze. A good man is priceless. But it's a hard sell in today's market, right? Because to them, a good man is a man that's making all this money, and he got some thug in him, and he's running around doing all this other crazy stuff, and he got all these women, right? That's what a good man is in today's world, right? But a good man is way more. I'm telling you, man. If you see, Tyler Perry never said, "Oh, you need to just go down to like Patrice was saying, you can go down to your local Burger King and find a dude and just say, hey, you a good dude? Come on with me right now. Let's just go get in my Maserati and let's drive off, right?" No, nobody's saying that. He didn't say that. He just said if a dude's making less than you, he making less than you, he still should be able to take care of himself. That should be his first goal, is to take care of himself. If you mess with a dude that can't even take care and provide for himself, that's an issue right there. I don't think Tyler Perry was who's who he was talking about. He's just talking about a lot of these women. If you ask them what are they looking for in a man, they look, well, I'm looking for a guy that makes 6 figures. That'll just fly out of their mouth a lot of times, right? What a certain kind of woman. You know what I mean? There's some women that have been there, done that. They know better than to just think that just because a man making a whole bunch of money, that's going to be a good situation. They know better than that, right? You heard Patrice describe that. Hey, I've already been, with the lawyers and the doctors. That's why I'm messing with just the hardworking dudes. Right? I just mess with good dudes, no matter where their salary range is, right? Up to a certain point, as long as they can take care of themselves, right? A dude should, on a date, a guy should be demonstrating to you that he can at least take care of himself, right? He got his own vehicle, he got his own transportation, got his own place to stay, lay his head. He should at least have that much before he's trying to walk into a relationship. I think that's what Vaughn was talking about earlier. He should at least be able to do that before he starts getting into a relationship, right? You know what I mean? You should at least, because if you can't take care of yourself, what's going to happen if conception occurs? If conception occurs, now you got two other people that you have to find a place for, right? At least. And plus yourself. You know, highly unlikely you're going to be able to take your pregnant girlfriend into your baba's house, right? Highly unlikely. Most of the time, in most cases, that probably ain't going to work as a man, right? You just expected to take care of yourself some type of way, right? But I don't think you should be dating as a man if you can't take care of yourself. If you can't at least take care of yourself, to go on dates with women, you're really wasting their time, right? Unless she's interested in having sex with you. But if you're interested in, if she's interested in something more, she's looking for candidates for a long-term relationship to raise children and do other different things with a family and be loved by a man, you're pretty much wasting her time. And that's the problem for women. Where do you go to find good dudes? Clarence, just tell us where the good dude store is. You can just go into the good dude store and I can just go in and buy a good dude. Doesn't work like that in today's society. Good dudes are all over the place. They're just not in the, they have some issue that the women are saying, well, and most of the time it's financial, right? Hey, he ain't making that much money. Well, does he have a plan? Is he in how devoted to his plan is he? See, that's the question, right? You got a dude, you dating a dude, he's broke, he's in medical school. But is he really devoted on staying in medical school? Or is he talking about being a rapper, dropping out and being a rapper? Nothing against the rappers. That's a hard business to make it in. If you're really not dedicated in that business and you are willing to, you know, that's a type of business. It's like rapping is like politics. There's gonna be some times where you're gonna be asked to do some unsavory things, right? Rapping and politics have got a lot in common, right? One of the things they got in common is there's gonna be some times where you're gonna be asked to do some unsavory things to roll with the clique, right? To get put on, you're gonna have to do some unsavory things, right? And if you're okay with that, that's cool. But if you're not, that's the problem, right? That's the problem. We got to get more of these good sisters with good black men. I think the violence will go down. I think the unwanted children will go down. I think the abuse will go down. Well, we got to get the women to see. This is the point I was trying to make earlier, is that a lot of our sisters, they make it okay for a man to come onto the scene, be sexual with you, and not have to really have accomplished anything, right? Why should you be in a position to even think about creating heirs if you have nothing to leave them? Why do you need heirs? If you haven't done anything so these heirs can have something to build on top of, why are you even having sex or putting yourself in a position where air could pop up? Right? If you have a child that comes and you don't have nothing to leave that child, are they an heir? How can they be an heir when there's nothing to leave them? They're just a vagabond child. If you're having sex and you have a child and you're not preparing to leave them something because you were just having sex, that child is not legitimized because you haven't even legitimized it by preparing a way for it, preparing something for that child. Old school, your father have children, every child that left the house, he gave them something. Here's a ring, you could sell it, whatever. Here's a bowling ball, here's a sandwich, whatever. I don't know, I'm just throwing stuff out there. But the father would always give his children, when they walked out the door for good, he gave them something of value. Because he knew hard times was going to come. Right? But now today, look, man, we send our children out Get out there, enjoy yourself. Some of them I'm talking about we as fathers. Now I'm talking about us as men. We ain't even in our children's lives, man. We make that call once every other week, right? You know, especially if we live out of state, we make that call once every week or not. Or not. We got to get on it, man. As men, we got to get on it. As women, we got to get on it, right? As women, we got to start checking these men character. Girl, he look good, girl. Girl, he played for the Hawks. And he played for the Hawks. He's on the practice team, but still, he played for the Hawks, girl. Well, what about, have you met his mama? No. How long have you been going out? 2 years. I don't need to meet his mama. He paying my rent. He paying for my car note. Okay. What happened when he meet a girl that's better looking than you, that can do more than you, that has more utility than you? How's that going to work out for you? Ask Brittany Renner how that's going to go for you. Right? I thought Brittany Renner wrote the book on how to game young men. We got to do better, y'all, as a group. Got to do better as a group. And should women be getting in relationships with broke men? I don't think so. Not broke. Struggling? Maybe. Maybe. If they got a good plan and they're really devoted to it, maybe. You want to be a doctor, but it's hard for him to get the money together to go to the classes. So it's taking him a little longer because he got to work some and then go to school some. Maybe. Lawyer, maybe. Pilot, maybe. You know what I'm saying? These kind of jobs take a long time to get certified, classified, you know what I'm saying, so that you could actually do the job. Maybe. But dude saying, yeah, I'm gonna be the next rapper. I'm gonna be the next rapper. I'm just hitting this weed, you know what I mean? Soon, you know what I'm saying? World is my oyster. You know what I'm saying? No. And a lot of women get caught in the sexual prowess, right? They get hit like that. Boom, they get that. Man, they get hit with the magic wand, and then they're like, oh, right? Whatever you say, right? Okay, that's cool. Give yourself 3 days, women. Don't go past 3 days being crazy over no magic wand. Same thing with you, men. Don't get caught up on the golden vagina, right? Give yourself 3 days, man. I said, what? You said you was going to pay my house note and my car note this month, right? You got to give yourself 3 days and come back and tell, hey, look, I don't know what we was talking about at that point, but I mean, man, I just cannot do it. So I can understand if you decide that maybe this ain't going to work. I can't believe you're not going to pay my car note. At least my mortgage. At least that. It's all kind of game out here, y'all. It's all kind of game out here. The trick in life is to maneuver through all the game and find the people that really love you and stick by those people, man. And when those people make a mistake, you got to decide right then, are they worth me trying to work this out with them? Or is this a pattern of behavior? If this is a pattern of behavior, only thing I could do is try to point them to get some help. We all gonna make mistakes, man. We all make mistakes, y'all. So y'all think, y'all might be thinking, well, you got a wife, she ain't never gonna, come on, man. You gonna marry somebody 30, 40 years, and you think they ain't gonna make a mistake? Ain't gonna be no misunderstandings every once in a while. Ain't gonna be no you misheard what somebody said, right? And you blow up and then they blow up. And I mean, come on, man. Or somebody just having a bad day, right? They're just not in a good mood, right? I got to go to my wife a lot. It'll be like, hey, did you take your vitamins? Did you take your vitamins? You a whole nother person when you ain't on your vitamins. I'll be like, man, I got to stock these vitamins up. But sometimes people they just feel bad. They're just not feeling good because here's another thing we need to talk about. And we're not getting the nutrition we need in the Black community. Where we eat at is where those are places that are just, they mummifying us from the inside. And, you know, it's okay to have a steak every now and then. It's okay to have some fried chicken every now and then, maybe once a month or something like that, right? But we can't like eat that every day, right? Every day for lunch, we're going to the fried chicken shack. We can't do that. But that's why we're hurting at 50 because we don't have the nutrition, we don't have the minerals, vitamins and minerals that we need for our bodies to regenerate themselves properly, for all the processes in our bodies to operate properly. But that's a whole nother conversation. I just want us to recognize, man, that we need to just do different. We need to open our minds to certain things. And one of the things we need to open our minds to is maybe, especially the women, maybe, because men have to do this a lot. Men have to say, I can't go for the super gorgeous girl because she's not gonna probably have a good personality. I have to reduce my standard of the beauty appearance standard down so that I can have somebody I can at least talk to. I don't want her to be, you know, look like she just crawled out of a pigsty. Definitely don't want that, but just need the beauty appearance on a lower level. Maybe I have to do that so that I can find somebody that's going to be, you know, capable of, because when you're looking at somebody and you dating somebody, that is a potential mother of your children. That is a potential, thank you, Vaughn. That is a potential father of your children. Potentially. Very serious decision you're making when you decide who you're going to lay down and take your clothes off and lay next to. Very serious decision. So we got to be like, you know, I don't know, some of y'all say, well, Clarence, I got my tubes tied. It don't matter. It do matter. Because the man's presence and his aura will, like Vaughn was saying, it will rub off on you. And you don't want man, we all done has bad stuff happen to us. We don't need no more bad stuff. And we can control it by just controlling the people we let around us. Does that make sense, y'all? Let me leave it right there. Okay, y'all, let's get out of here. Everybody did a great job today. Shout out to everybody did a great job today. Beautiful, beautiful. Another great show. Another great show. Another great topic. And man, we doing so much good work here, man. We're gonna try to start seeing. I'll start back trying to invite people over. I know a lot of them don't want to come. I understand that. They don't want to be on a place where it's fair, and they can't use the strategy of just interrupting someone whenever they see that their argument has a hole in it and the person is about to capitalize on that. They just start letting the air. They just start interrupting everybody. But shout out, man, y'all. Let's just keep putting out good information. Hopefully one day somebody will come and say, hey, man, you guys, I was going to go left, but you guys told me to go right, and it worked out for me. That's what we want. If we can just pull one out the fire, it'll work. All right, y'all, let's start wrapping up. Shout out to the chat. The chat is where it's at. The chat is where it's at. You cannot have a good show if you don't have a good chat. So shout out to the chat. Shout out to our sniper, Risa Neal, in the chat. Shout out to her. Shout out to everybody, all the other mods in the chat. We appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for coming in and coming through and helping us keep this show at a point where we can talk about some of these hard things, but yet we don't have to disrespect each other or holler and scream at each other. Tristan with the McChickens. Tristan, stop it with the McChickens. Nobody. Do people still eat the McChicken? I don't even think it's out anymore. I don't know. I don't eat at McDonald's, so I don't know whether it's there or not. But man, the McChicken. Shout out to Tristan, man. Vaughn said you may have your tube tied, but that don't stop STDs. Good point, Vaughn. Good point. Good point. But I mean, even more than the STDs, which that is a serious issue too. But even more than the STDs, man, is just the energy that a man can bring into your house can make the flowers grow, or they can make the flowers wilt. Just the energy that a man brings into the house. So you got to watch a man that you bring into your home, because his energy can either help you, and the same thing for women. The energy of a woman can either help you or turn your life upside down. Oh man. Oh man. Who else? Who else in the building? Epic. Tristan said, "Yo, ILG, proceed. They changed the monetization rules. You only need 500 subs to apply for mine." I know, Tristan, but see, the thing is, I hate the fact that if I apply for that program and they give it to me and I start making money and I start putting something together where we can have a situation where not just myself is getting money, but everybody on the channel that's helping out is able to do that, right? They could just take all that away. That I hate that. I hate that thought. But I know, Tristan. I have to. And Sister Indian told me about it, but I have to actually look into it, man. I'm forced to do it, but when I'm forced to do it, but I mean, it doesn't make any sense to not do it. So other than the fact that I just don't like the fact that they can snatch it away from you, but it is what it is, man. We might as well do it. We doing good work. And if the people want to support us for that, we might as well have it set up so that they can. But shout out to Tristan, by the way. Who else? What else did they say? Oh, Rita said, Bro C, Grace Strina. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Rita. Appreciate you. Thank you for stopping through. Appreciate you. But shout out to the chat, by the way. The chat is where it's at. Very solid performance from the chat. Very strong and very solid performance. Shout out to the chat. Okay, let's move on to the panel, y'all. Let's move on to the panel. Who was on the panel today? We had Marcus. Marcus was on the panel. How about Marcus? What do y'all think about Marcus? I think Marcus has a special affection for Priscilla, right? I would say that to say it in a nice way. Marcus has a special appreciation for Priscilla, right? But how did he do today? I think he did a good job, man. Shout out to Marcus, man. Did a good job, man. He always comes over and he tries to say things. Marcus is a dude that tries to say things politically correct most of the time, right? You know what I mean? He's of that generation where they do everything politically correct, right? So shout out to Marcus. And then of course he respects the channel, so he tries to do things in a respectful way. What did I do, Vaughn? He does to do things in a respectful way, man. He's a very respectful young man. But I think he did tonight. Shout out to Marcus, man. Very solid performance as always. Very strong, man. When we got on Priscilla, he came, excuse me, I'm coming up there, right? You sound like Sister Annie almost, right? I'm coming up there, y'all. Y'all talking about Priscilla. But shout out to Marcus. Very strong, very solid performance. Who else? What about Patrice? What about OG Patrice? OG Patrice was on the show tonight. What do y'all think about her? Man, Patrice, man, executive produced a lot of the latest content, man. Go check it out, right? I still be watching some of our content. I still be watching some of our old shows, man, right? Especially the one on Polite, man. I think it's so funny, man. That show be cracking me up, man. Me and Patrice, she had me laughing on that show, man, right? Well, I'm on all the shows, really, but yeah, man, I go back and watch some of the old content. But what do y'all think about Patrice tonight? As always, man, very solid sister comes through, right? Now y'all looking at these people up here on the panel, right? Ain't none of them getting paid. None of the people in the Reese ain't getting paid up there in the chat. All these people that come over here and donate their time, they donate to help push the program that we're trying to push. We're just trying to help these young people, man, not make the mistakes that we made, right? Not get the knots that we got on our heads, right? That's all we're trying to do, right? But anyway, yeah, man, shout out to Patrice, man. Very solid performance tonight. Very solid, very strong, and very solid. One of the things I like about Patrice, I mean, it's a lot, but one of the things I like about her is that me and her we could go back and forth, right? But then it's like we forget about it in the next minute. We done like kind of like me and Rico, right? Me and Rico, man, we could go hard. But what the thing that's different about Rico than Patrice is Patrice will stand her ground too. Rico will stand his ground too. But Patrice is much more civilized about it, right? When I'm arguing with Rico, man, Rico like, Clarence, I told you not to do that. Shout out to Rico Young. Shout out to Rico Young, man. But yeah, man. But Patrice is much more civilized. I could definitely give her that much. But what I think about her tonight, man, very solid, very strong performance, as always. As always. I'm sure she's going to be executive producing more shows because she got a free hand to move over here. Definitely, that's for sure. But who else was out there, man? Von Bryant. What do you think about Von Bryant? Von Bryant came up here, man. Von Bryant came up here and shout out to Von, man. Whenever you have Von on the panel, Von's one of those dudes when you see him on the panel, something they must be talking about something that means something, right? That means something. So we have Von up here, man. Von comes up here. This is home, he come up here, he can just chill in the cut, or sometimes he go in, so it's just, it don't matter, right? But how you do tonight? How did Von do tonight? I'm telling you, man, if y'all want to raise some money, man, this is the dude you need to put on your team, man. But how did Von do tonight, right? I think he did an excellent job, as always. Very solid performance. Very strong, as always. As always. Shout out to Von Bryant. Who else was on the panel? Jay Takashi. Jay Takashi was on the panel today. He only stayed for a little while, man, but shout out to Jay. Came up here. Did strong performance, as always. Very solid. Very solid. Man, didn't hit, I don't think he was he up here when we were talking about Princella. I think I don't think he knew too much about Princella, but I think he'll go back and check now for sure, right? But it's very solid performance from Jay. Very solid. What about DH? The newbie, right? The newbie. What about the newbie? Right? Came up here, man. College kid came up here saying, telling us what he thought about everything. I think he did a pretty good job for his maiden voyage, right? Shout out to DH, maiden voyage, right? Very solid performance, very strong from the young man, very strong for the young fella. Who else was up here? Big Riggs. What do you think about Big Riggs Slabs? I was looking for Riggs. I was like, man, what happened? Did the show go? Did something happen? What happened? Yeah, I should have asked Riggs that in private, but I didn't know when the next time I would see or hear from him, so I just asked him now. But that's something I should have asked him in private. But he said, "No, man, it's all good. We just on a hiatus, and we're gonna be back around sooner than later, right?" Boy, I think about Big Riggs. I'm telling y'all, people see something y'all don't know about people from the Bay. Like they are real laid back. That's a real laid back group of people right there, right? So the people from the Bay, man, they just laid back, and you got to know that when you deal with them, man, they just laid back. They like, okay, whatever, they chill, but don't get it twisted. They will pull your card if you come talking crazy. They will pull your card, and that's the problem. People get twisted about people from the Bay. They think they so laid back, they just gonna sit back and take up. No. They got some real G's up in the Bay, man. Real G's up there. And, they just sit back and let you talk. And then when they done listening to you talk, they put you out of your misery. But shout out to the Bay, man. Shout out to the Bay. Shout out to Riggs, man. How y'all think Riggs did tonight? I like Riggs, man, because Riggs is one of those type of dudes, man. He ain't going to be up here rambling, right? He's going to only say something when he got something to say, right? And, he may agree with you, he may disagree with you. He's always going to show you respect. And I could dig that from any of these young men. Shout out to Big Riggs, man. Very solid performance, very strong performance from Riggs. All right, y'all, that's everybody. That's everything, right? So we're going to meet back here on Sunday. We're going to do the real show. We're going to talk about this sister, man, that unfortunately lost her life because her half-brother's father decided to take her out and do something even more heinous than polite. And I know that's hard to believe, but he did some more heinous. So we're going to talk about that. Where are the gaps there? Where are the gaps in how we're parenting, right? Is there anything we can do differently that would stop some of this stuff from happening? Well, we're going to ask some of those questions on Sunday, y'all. So we'll see y'all on Sunday. Everybody else have a great night, and we will see y'all Sunday.